Now is their audio. That was
why does VoIP software just never works for the first time? Is it like a curse?
It's probably because I have had some various computer emergencies earlier this week, and I had to make a bunch of backup plans with the computer situation, and I had to reconfigure some things.
Are you still on the floor?
No, actually, I ran out and got an Ethernet cable that was actually long enough.
Cool.
All right. I'm seeing reactions in the YouTube chat, so hopefully that means that everyone is able to be heard.
Hooray. All right.
Is Russell in the Excalibur room, by the way? I only see 4 names. Oh, no, that's 4. It doesn't show me, so hopefully that would be 5. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just typed in hello, everyone. They're in the middle.
Also, to those who weren't here when I did this, if you want to change your display name, you can click on the collaboration button and set your name. All right, so screaming about GameMaker again. Where do we want to start?
Well, we have our main talking points, which
Okay.
I've kind of just rearranged last minute because I think one of them we don't really need to talk about right now. The rest of it we can have a good chat.
So, for those who have never been here before, this is I guess now annual show where both the community and sometimes Yo-Yo Games will get together to talk about recent additions, update news, or other changes to GameMaker. Today we have me, TabularElf, as usual, Gleb, Tsereteli, Nick Krapivin, and also Russell from Yo-Yo Games here to go through some of the recent update news.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How much of a delay do we have with the chat?
I think it's usually like 20 to 30 seconds.
Oh, that's good. That's all right.
Tara said to make sure the ad settings aren't too intrusive. I forgot to check that. Let me go and I think the default is like every 20 minutes or so, but I'm just gonna set that to off for now.
Somehow that sounds way worse than Twitch, and Twitch has like an hour.
Really?
For 3 minutes. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I see them way more often than that on Twitch.
That might be the pre-rolls, which does happen if you have it enabled.
Anyway,
Also
so that should be off now.
Oh, Sid is saying, I do not sound as he expected at all, but I'm sorry about that.
It's all good.
I actually was not sure what to make of Gleb's accent the first time I heard him.
I'll take that as a compliment. So,
do we want to start with any particular topic on the list, or just go down down the list in order today? So we've got. I'm sure that most people here have seen the short notes of what's been going on recently. So news about user prefabs, 3D stuff, GMRT and different language editions, that sort of thing.
Yep, and the CLI tool as well. Many people are excited about that.
And the CLI tool.
Hooray for the CLI tool. I actually do like it. It's good.
Oh, I'll let the guys know. My picture doesn't seem to be lighting up when I talk.
It might be delayed.
Yeah, there is a bit of a delay.
I see it on the like the OBS preview, so that's probably just the stream delay, 20 or 30 seconds or so.
Usually stream delays on YouTube are like 4 to 5 seconds at max.
It must be the HTML5 presence slowing us down.
It could be.
Damn.
Seeing a lot of appreciation for the CLI tool in the stream chat, which is good, I guess, because I haven't gotten a chance to play with it yet.
Can I do CLI build Undertale? No, no Undertale
No.
for you.
You can.
We already got
It
too much of
might
that.
not do anything.
It feels like a
Swear.
commandment that you're about to make, like CLI build Undertale.
Yeah, but you have to suffix it with please to make sure that the computer actually does what you tell it to.
No, pretty please with sugar on top.
All right, should we go ahead with the questions?
Probably. Well, do we want to do the questions first, or do we want to do the predetermined topics first?
I was thinking the talking points first because it's like
Yeah.
by the time we get to the questions, we're probably gonna have a new few already knocked out because a lot of the questions that have been asked probably already has an answer.
That's true. Also, if I see more coming through, I will try to add them to the list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. I think we should just start from the top. We have user prefabs and the future of the marketplace.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
So-
you want me to pick this one up then?
Sure.
Okay, user prefabs are coming. We have Prefab Builder is in a pre-test position at the moment. To date, we've been building all of our prefabs by hand, basically a big batch script, shell script, which is being used to build them. Prefab Builder, we have an initial UI just now, and we are actually testing that internally, taking all those prefabs that we have created to date and making sure that they're all working with the Prefab Builder and that it does all the things, because we've added some extras just now. I think Tab it's mentioned them on Saturday stream, and you can now export scripts and macros and things from your prefab. You can export the UI layers, but not rooms and things like that. So there's a whole lot of testing happening internally. That's not going to make the initial LTS 26 release, but it will come out as a plugin in the next couple of months. It's down on the roadmap, I think, in Q2. We are expecting it to come out there, but it's all going to depend on this testing that we're doing internally. It's looking pretty good so far, but it's not perfect yet. We will release that. It'll probably first come out in the beta. That will start just after LTS releases. And so you'll get your hands on it quite soon. It's for those who want to, and you'll be able to start building kind of prefabs. So they are coming. It's just that they weren't ready for LTS initial launch. So it's going to come out as a plugin, and then they'll be in LTS 26.1. So that's on the user prefab side of things. Picture of the marketplace. It's a complicated one. The marketplace rules have changed just now, and actually for credit card processing, for selling things, for returns, for all sorts of different reasons, marketplace is tricky just now for us. Something bad. Is it?
Oh, it's just Nick rejoining.
Ah, right. Okay. Sorry. I thought my
Was there a
connection had
Discord
gone.
noise?
Yes. Yeah. I was just wondering what that was. So the marketplace is tricky. At least initially, we are not planning on having a marketplace just now. Rules have changed in the EU on how how credit card processing and things like that happen, and it's being evaluated not by us. I have to say it's opera legal and that side of things, business development, that side of things on what is cost effective and how things work. The main issue we've actually had with the marketplace is actually paying people. Paying people around the world is a tricky subject just now. PayPal doesn't cover everything, particularly in these days, folk who are in the Russian Federation and various other territories as well, we have issues with. Even closing down the marketplace, as we did about 2 years ago now, paying all these people is still ongoing. We're still trying to find ways in which we can get money. Money's there, just actually physically getting the money in people's hands is a problem. So the marketplace is a trickier problem than you think. It's not just a matter of putting the website up and then going, hey, you can just buy things. That only works for certain territories, but for what we're doing with people around the world, it is a far trickier problem. So there isn't an easy answer on that marketplace, but for what we are doing at the moment with prefabs and prefab builders, the package manager allows you to create your own. It's kind of thing. We're looking into possibilities whereby you could use itch or something like that does all this as payment processing already, and then you could allow it through your own package server and that sort of thing, and then we could look at ways in which we could actually help support that. But that's kind of where we're at the moment. It's not where we want to be because we want to have our own marketplace, just that it's a bigger problem than initially expected.
How many people do GameMaker currently have, like, internally? I believe a couple of months ago someone said there were like 20 people with their hands on the code and about 20 QA.
It's not 20 QA. It's 20 people, 20 developers, and 20 people who are in different posts. And that's going to be everything from QA, HR, production, IT, social media, marketing, that sort of thing. So
the second 20 encompasses all of the other things, not just QA.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So no, it's our competitors, Unity, Unreal, and all the rest of it. They've got thousands of people. Last I heard, Unity has about 1,500 people in development alone. So yeah, so we don't quite have the same reach as the others. We do have some backup in things like legal and some of the larger IT side things with Opera, but it's we can only really can use them a fraction of what they are at the time, not at school time. So they tend to get used on particular projects and things.
I'd say we're doing pretty good for that amount of workforce compared to those other engines.
I like to think so. I think that we punch way above our weight in terms of its concise company. I mean, we've barely got enough developers to cover all the platforms, and not everybody is looking at that. Not everybody works on the runtime side of things. We generally double up on separate platforms that I like, but yeah, I think that we do it's well considering.
Give me a second. So in addition to QA, there's also Cormex. Yeah, how many bug reports do they have now? 800, 900?
Yes, everybody should be a Cormex.
Yeah.
If something goes wrong, file a bug. We've tried to make it as easy as possible. We've listened to the community.
In fact, I was just trying to run the Mondaily full version that I ported to GameMaker 2024 beta, and the GMRT compiler just crashed. Do I file a bug right now?
Please do. We'll take a look.
Yeah, you'll get the Mondaily project for free. Have fun.
For the last couple of GMRT updates, every time a new update comes out, I would run like a battery of like 5 or 6 projects in it, and they would probably all crash, and I would just file them all. Have fun.
Yes, well, I mean, that is great because that's the sort of thing where we take those projects and then the next iteration, we're actually using them to test, not against.
Right now it's something in filter conversion, like the project tool tried to process the filter YYP and threw up.
Someone a couple of months ago, I think it was Tobal, said that like at this point, Yo-Yo Games has better backups of their project than they do on source control.
Russell, when user prefabs come out, what is it going to look like in terms of the source of the packages? Is GameMaker going to have like a shared source or whatever it's called, the registry, that everyone can pull prefabs from, or will we have to create our own at the beginning?
Okay. We will not have a public registry that you can upload to. Okay. npm.js will be a registry that you can pull from automatically. So that will be added. You could upload to there if you wish. Or you could have your own registry, and I believe Tab has some inkling of doing something with GameMaker Kitchen. But
Yeah, I got
I don't know if I'm
a bit of
stepping
a
out of line
progress
there.
on that. I got a bit of a progress on that.
Okay.
Actually, I think the only thing I'm trying to sort out at the moment is authentication, because at least the default server authentication is meh. Trying to look into actually getting GitHub authentication set up on it.
Okay.
So
I mean, we don't have any authentication in our server, so it's public.
Yeah.
You can access it.
Well,
So,
yeah, but it's like the server software does come with a verification thing, but it's like it's a little bit cumbersome to set up for like a new account compared to every other alternative way. You'd probably have a way to set up an account, like logging into a web browser or similar. So I'm looking down to those options.
So this would have to be separate from your GameMaker account, right? Because it's your distribution server, not anything. Not,
yes.
for example, the marketplace.
Yeah.
And it's for popular servers, we will consider populating the package manager with the popular ones that people it's using a lot. So kind of we will kind of look to kind of populate by default. It's not that we're pushing them or anything like that. It's just that no.
So, for example,
these are the ones.
if like Juju or someone were to spin one up, you might consider officially, unofficially listing that with the official packages, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a discussion about it. I'm not promising that. I'm just saying no. It's the sort of thing that we are looking to do to foster the community.
That would be an interesting idea.
Russell, when you say npm.js will be accessible, is it going to be somehow filtered by GameMaker prefabs? Or
Yeah, there's a scope attribute, and so it would be
Okay.
the GameMaker scope.
Awesome.
So you're not going to get everything.
Yeah, imagine that.
I'm pretty sure it's just called it's kind of GameMaker on the scope, but somebody's probably going to tell me off for that and it's something else.
Cool.
Aleb said that
we have
he's
a
heading out now, but he wants to know real quick, is there a time frame for when GMRT is supposed to be out of production? Out in production, I should say.
Yes, we're going to get the 0.20 release out very soon. It's probably going to follow hot on the heels of LTS. LTS should be out in the next couple of weeks. We are chasing down just some final problems. There was a beta release yesterday, which I would encourage everybody to try because we have added a lot of GPU fixes to the IDE. I should handle low memory situations better, which is where we think the majority of the GPU issues are actually appearing. It seems to be when your system is low on memory, which might happen very early on when an IDE starts, because your system is generally low on memory. It seems to be Microsoft have changed how GPU memory is getting handled when they did their update last year. And it's much more catastrophic now when it gets into that situation. We would encourage you to test that beta that came out yesterday, just because that will give us more data over the weekend as to whether we're seeing the crashes drop on that particular version. So yeah, we can monitor the status of things from our analytics, which is good. And that will, if that is all working and it's looking good, then I hope that will be released very soon after that. Now, going into GMRT, 0.20 should follow quickly after that. So on the public version, you'll see Android and things like that. We are testing Switch at the moment. This is going to be our first console one, so that would be available for some of our console people. That's going to be slightly different in that that's our first web GPU implementation, which we have had to write ourselves. We're anticipating some issues with that, but we would like to see some testers. It's going to try some things out on that. We're expecting there to be problems, and we'll iterate on that to begin with. But following that, the next release, we are expecting to have it for desktops to go. We think you could release something with this. This will be like a version 1.0.
So is it just a matter of you want to get LTS out the door before moving faster with GMRT?
Yes, basically. Most of our runtime team is now on GMRT, and from a QA point of view, we're concentrated on LTS, and then they're going to get back onto the GMRT. They have been doing a bit of GMRT, but LTS is obviously taking up focus for a lot of the QA team.
Okay. Is that everything on prefabs in the marketplace? In that case, it sounds like there's maybe not an exact timeline, but pretty close to having a timeline. The marketplace payment issues notwithstanding.
Yeah, marketplace. We want to have something. It's going to take a longer time frame to get all of the stuff sorted out.
Yeah, so about GMRT, I assume that when GMRT 0.20 drops, I'll be able to test it like on my Switch kit as well, like for real.
Yes, but because it's our first one with a console, there is going to be some issues, Nick, with because it has to do an extra step at the package manager to validate that you have access to Switch and things like that. We're kind of expecting some issues, particularly with those in regions of the world where networking, DNS, and various other things are issues. So let's liaise on that one.
That one shouldn't be an issue, and I also know how to debug C++ code. So should I expect to be able to run some of our commercial games on my Switch kit? Some of them at least.
I am hoping so. Yes,
we'll see.
I am hoping so.
I mean, I will file bugs if something doesn't work. Yeah, so be ready.
Yes. Let's liaise after this, but yes is the basic answer. There are obviously nuances to that.
Russell, to touch on GMRT a bit more, now having rewritten the entire runtime, what is your personal favorite thing that you're most excited about adding to the new runtime as soon as we cross the compatibility threshold and get to GMRT proper?
To be honest, there's so many different things. We are well aware of all the things that people moan about in GameMaker. There's so much legacy stuff. We're making a complete legacy break. Once we get past compatibility, we're making a complete legacy break on how things are actually being built. I don't really want to go into too much detail because it's basically just distraction on the things that we're really concentrating on getting out to everybody just now. But it's things like, so it's being able to look at concepts within GameMaker, decompose them a little bit and build them all back up again. So things that we are considering at the moment, and I'm not making a product announcement or anything like that here just now, but we are looking at things like, rather than just being able to put a sprite onto an object, which is what you can do at the moment, we are playing around with ideas. Well, actually, you can put a scene graph onto an object. Now, a scene graph is not for 3D; it is a 2D object. The contents of the scene graph can be 2D or 3D. And that means that we can then start thinking about, all right, okay, so at the moment, a sprite object, a sprite thing, a sprite resource, an asset, is many different things. It has collision, it has offset into a series of images. But that could also be a spine thing. It could be an SWF thing, or it could be an SVG thing as well. So what we call a sprite just now is this monster of a class at the C++ level, which has everything in it. And we are looking to break that up. At the moment, we are thinking, well, these could all be different types of nodes that we could actually have within that scene graph that could be attached to the object. As soon as we've got a scene graph that could be attached to the object, that means that you can have anything attached to the object. That means anything that we can put into the scene graph could be attached to it. And I find all these ideas quite compelling. So there's these exciting things that we're actually looking at going forward. And I think that we can do it in a way which makes it feel very familiar to GameMaker users, but then adds all this extra power. Because things like the community are runtime, which we're well aware of, things like multiple offsets and things like that on things named, it's kind of named points that are attached to things. We can put them into the scene graph. We can support them without having this overloaded code of a sprite that now has all these different things as well, because we can decompose them into smaller components that can actually be added inside there. And I think that's a much more sustainable way going forward. At the moment, we've got all these different bits and they're shoved into the same concept of this sprite asset that has lots of different things there, whereas we can be more flexible in how those things happen. So I'm more excited about things like that than than anything else. But then also, in terms of the language side of things, where we are now, GMRT is much more agnostic in terms of what, how code is actually written. It's kind of run. That it can be, the execution engine is actually a much smaller thing that has less tendrils going everywhere. It's much more, it's kind of concentrated, and that allows us to do a lot more as well. So the scope for optimizations and what can actually happen is much broader. So I'm excited on both those things.
It sounds like across prefabs, future ID plugins, and now this, we're just going in a much more modular sort of architecture that
Yes,
you guys
exactly.
mentioned a bunch of times before.
Yeah.
So like, if you don't want to have physics, if you don't want to have built-in variables, all of that stuff.
Yeah. But the sort of that sort of node architecture that I was talking about there, that will allow us to support different sorts of physics, different sorts of things, and the way that we want to do it is so that you could create your own nodes as well, so that you could have your own custom nodes that you can actually put into that tree. You could have logic there, and you could actually drive these. That will allow us to then do things like spine extension, which at the moment is monolithic. This is why we don't do spine updates very often, because we actually have to update the IDE, we have to update the compiler, we have to update the runner. But this would allow us to actually keep all of those things at the runtime level. You would then be able to create your own spine nodes and handling and renderer and all sorts of different things. And it would be a module in its own right. and that's where we want to move towards, so that those sorts of things are handled in a much easier manner than they are at the moment.
It does sound a lot more modern. We shall call it the holy decoupling. That'll be good.
It's
good.
what we've been working towards.
Awesome.
All right. On the subject of that, should we head over to the 3D editions?
Yeah, and I also just submitted the bug report for Mondaily.
We shall
Yeah,
review it
should-
in triage tomorrow.
Bug reports live.
Yeah,
That-
issue 14942.
That does actually raise one question for me, and it might be worth saving this to the end. But is there a specific point in the future which compatibility with the current runtime is expected to break? Or is the compatibility system going to continue to be maintained as things like more fundamental changes to GMRT are added to GameMaker?
What you will see is that through the lifetime of LTS 26, which we're saying is going to be 2 years at this point, we will be maintaining the compatibility side of GMRT so that it will just get more and more compatible, and it's any bug fixes that we have to do to current runtime, we will apply them to GMRT. As we go forward, GMRT compatibility will stay there, so you'll still be able to load up your older projects and it'll still work. Okay, and then it's the new libraries of GMRT will start to appear, and some of them will be backwardly compatible. As we go forward, more and more of them will require newer version of the IDE to actually work, things like that. So for the lifetime of LTS 26, they will both be working, and we'll apply fixes. Going forward into the future, it will require newer IDEs, newer room editors, newer tools, and things like that that are all getting added.
Since we're on GMRT right now, Russell, could you share any details about GameMaker getting built-in live reloading in GMRT? Like, will that include live coding, rooms, shaders, etc.? And
Oh
most
yeah, that's a
importantly,
popular question.
Okay.
yeah, most importantly, is that going to take the biggest source of passive income from Yellow Afterlife?
I have no idea. But we are working on live, what we term live debugging, which would be hot reloading of all assets, including scripts and things like that, so that you will be able to change them and see live updates happening. Now, there are obvious situations that you could get into fairly quickly in terms of I have changed a bit of code and that's going to cause everything to crash, and so that will crash. But it's we are looking at being able to hot reload code that you have changed in the IDE while a game is actually live, while you are essentially running it from within the IDE. If you're running it outside the IDE, it's not going to change it, but it would run the compilers and things like that in the background and hot reload that, and it would be able to do that with assets as well.
Pretty common problem to run into with GM Live is that you add a variable to an object's create event, you access that object's variable in the step event, but all the objects that were already created before you made the change don't have that new variable, and it just crashes anyway.
Yes, there'll be situations like that where you can't do these things. There are ways that we can work around that explicit one, but yeah, no, it's it's always going to be a bit trickier on that side.
You
It's-
got to wrap the whole thing in a try catch, and you're done. Come on.
Nah, nose caller sense will do just fine. Just nose caller sense defining the step event, and then
Yep.
you're good.
Probably for that particular one, but for, I don't know, there's a ton of other cases I can think of where you initialize something and it gets initialized, the code gets reloaded into the game, but the initialization doesn't run. Like if you have something happening in room start or in game start.
Knowledge caller sense, I'm telling you, it's what I do with GM Live and other interpreters.
Russell,
If
do
it
we
doesn't
know if
exist-
this sort of live reloading will come in GMRT betas, or is that the territory of proper GMRT post compatibility?
That's going to be post compatibility, I'm afraid. So yeah, no, that's going to take
Makes
a little
sense.
bit of time. We are working on it right now. It is actually something that we're working on, but there isn't. It requires infrastructure at the IDE end, which isn't there at the moment. So,
Cool. Yeah, that's expected.
Fair enough. All right. Shall we get on to the 3D editions?
Yes, please.
okay. 3D editions are in the near term. That is all going to be code related. Yeah, so what you're going to see coming forward on GMRT end is that we will be adding functionality at the library level. You'll see new functions, which will support a variety of different things, from model loading, the things that we put into the update. So from memory, model loading, scene graph, 3D maths, and I'm not sure actually in the latest version whether or not you'll get GML level scene graph manipulation just yet, but that will come. But right now you'll get the 3D maps and model loading and rendering side things, so that you can control animation, things like that as well. So the 3D model loading is going to be GLTFs and GLBs, either. And we are working on a set of tools. There's going to be some stuff in the debug overlay to help visualize things, and there's going to be a few other things going into the future as well. So we're working on language updates. We're looking at using slang. We're playing with that at the moment, and we will be using the slang compiler as it is. You will be able to, that supports hash includes and all the other things that people are looking for. We will more than likely give you access to all the header files that we're using. We haven't actually had a decision on that one just yet, but I don't see why not, which would provide lighting and all sorts of things inside that. Now, we are looking for a conversation with our community on a lot of these things as to how you want it to be handled, but one of the good things in GMRT is that we have a build graph that we can add tooling in relatively easily. The compile step is not as much of a black box on the current runtime, so that you can insert things into the build graph on a per platform basis as well, so that we can use specific tooling.
Slang allows you to use not just WGSL, but other languages too, right? It will handle that for you.
Right, for slang.
Right.
Yeah.
And what did you say there?
Slang allows you to compile other shader languages besides WGSL, right?
Yes, for the output. So on the input, you can actually use slang, HLSL, and DLSL. So that's on the input side. So you can have those three. And on the output side, you can actually output to almost anything WGSL. That if you go to the shader, this line, the website, there's a nice diagram there, and you can get it to output into all sorts of from SPIR-V to
Yeah, I see.
of all things. So you can definitely output to lots of different things. We are really only interested in WGSL because from the GameMaker point of view, WebGPU is our basic graphics library. So as long as we are outputting to WGLSL, then not WGSL, I should say, then we are. That's all we are interested in. As long as we can get it into that, then the WebGPU backend kicks in, and we can compile the shader at that point.
Russell, lots of people are having concerns about GameMaker getting such major 3D additions in the first place. And we've seen a lot of questions about kind of, is the focus shifting towards 3D now? Or is GameMaker still a 2D engine for the most part? And that sort of
3D
thing.
engine for the most part. The way that I've always thought about
That was
it
probably
is,
the most common single question that I saw
Yeah.
in both the Reddit thread and elsewhere.
for LTS 26. Okay, so let's say the near future. Basically 2D only. What we've been up to this point, 2D only with a little bit of 3D light put in place. Going forward, beyond that, I think that we have to move a little bit, and the way I would characterize it is GameMaker's DNA is in being easy to use, and we'll be concentrating on that. That's going to be our main mantra to start off with. I think we need to move away from bitmaps as being the primary building block for GameMaker. It's kind of where it has been in the past. GameMaker has been mired, not mired, that makes it sound bad, but its DNA has initially just from having bitmaps and animating them and manipulating them. And I think that going forward, we're going to be more vector based. That's whether you're 2D or 3D, that it will be more textured vectors that it's kind of we'll be using primarily. That means that our collision will be vector based. That means our rendering will be vector based. It means that you're not necessarily using a 3D model, but you could be using a 2D model. This is much what Spine is actually doing, or any of the other animation tools that are still 2D based, but they're actually it's kind of going to be going on into the future. I think that is closer to what we're actually talking about. GLTS, yes, they're used for 3D stuff. They're also used for 2D things. Okay, so a lot of the animation that we're actually talking about is going to be manipulating the scene graph, whether that's animation skeleton models, or that is actually across time. It's multiple object instances and things like that, and moving them around and doing things. So there is a way forward here, which I think encompasses both 2D and 3D. We've caught a lot of flack in the past, the fact that we don't make it easy to just draw a 3D model in my front end for my 2D game, because that's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to make an isometric game, which is fundamentally a kind of 3D view of your world. You can do that in GameMaker just now. It's not easy, but you can do it. But it's going to go forward. We want to be able to do these different things that people would still consider being a 2D game. But actually, they're 3D requirements for a lot of these things. So we are not going to turn into suddenly being the new Unity, the new Unreal, but we will be supporting these deeper workflows that require more 3D to be in the engine.
So it sounds like pretty much a hybrid approach, like you were saying with isometric and stuff. You know, just like
Yes, I think we have to do that. I think we have to do that going forward. I think that that's fundamentally the future. That it's kind of our community wants to do these things. No, that is kind of fundamental. We are getting that feedback, and no, that's the way that we're going forward.
I do think Yo-Yo Games messaging does need to be more clear on this, because there have been people have been all over the map, really, when it comes to trying to figure out what exactly these 3D improvements and announcements mean.
I feel like we've been very clear about what we're actually doing. Where we said we are giving you library components to make 3D things easier, because trying to go down into the technical details of, yeah, we load these things, but you need, everybody just goes down to, oh, you're making a 3D engine. Well, no, we're making an engine that can support these different things, which it always has been. It's GMS2, there is a depth buffer there all the time. You can use depth in GMS2. It's as we go forward, there's more and more things. We added the idea of a camera before. That's going to be more prominent. There'll be the ability to create multiple cameras, but that camera can be 2D or it can be 3D, and you can use it for different things. So we're looking at being more flexible, I think, and making it friendlier to do these things.
Yeah, see, that by itself describes it much better than the official blog post from GameMaker, because people usually jump to the most kind of critical assumption of, oh, we're shifting to 3D now, which we are not. The same thing just happened with the CLI and the AI integration.
Even just saying it's going to be a scene graph, most people's point of contact with a scene graph is Godot. So most people are going to assume that it's going to be basically that scene graph without a more specific, like, if you use the example of like an isometric game, for example, would probably tell people more of what the expectation should be.
Yes, difficult to do that in a relatively short update post, when you start to go through things. I mean, we are thinking that we need to do more in-depth technical discussion about various different things. And that's something that we're considering at the moment, to go down and do some deep dive videos on a variety of different matters. It will probably end up being me that it kind of does a whole lot of these different things, but that's something that we may well do in the future. I'd be interested to know if people would be up for watching things like that, me rambling on about various things like this. But it's just kind of how we would end up using GameMaker, and then things that we are need to do in the future to support a variety of different scenarios.
This is something that's a little further down in our list. Should we get into it now?
If you want.
I think that kind of, just Russell saying that kind of covers it. I think a lot of people would be excited to see some development streams for sure.
I mean,
depends
I
on
know.
what it is.
I was gonna say, like, I know a fair people are here because they're here for Russell and actually listen to what he's saying. I mean, myself, I'd be interested.
Absolutely, yeah.
So the way it was phrased on the planning file was, would you be interested in watching technical streams from internal GameMaker devs? And if so, what fields, what subjects, whether that's things like making extensions or legacy things to avoid. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I think I put down in the notes here just things off the top of my head as we're doing. It's these are all things that I think that get missed in GameMaker. Porting a game to GameMaker is incredibly easy compared to other engines, and I'd like to see us do more around that. getting the best out of UI layers is another thing, because I think a lot of people have missed what you can actually do with the code that's currently there. And I would claim that it's the most obvious thing there, but we have tried to support all of the different scenarios where we've been building things with UI layers and what you can actually do with them. I would like to show you how to do that. Same with sequences, because I think that they are got a bad rep, and I don't think that they deserve the bad rep that they've actually got. I think that you just need to know how to think about them, and perhaps that's something that we need to do better in teaching people.
I do want to say, actually, on that note, I mean, I haven't really messed too much with the code side of like UI layers, flex panels, and sequences, but I have seen a lot of people's experiences about trying to like edit existing like sequence and structs and trying to like manipulate data, and I found that a lot of people have found it to be hard to manipulate some entries. I don't have an exact specific example, but
I think a lot of that is going to be down to education. I can look at code, I can see how things are actually working, and I was part on the design side of things as to why we did things in particular ways and where we want to move things, that sort of stuff. So I could probably explain a little bit more and things like that. That's what I'm saying, that in terms of us doing more education, and it's more about, oh, right, I didn't realize that you could just do this. If you could just do that, that makes things so much easier, that sort of stuff. I think people have come around it, maybe the long route, and that's our bad in terms of not telling people you can do this in a shorter path. We need to do more of that. So that's kind of where I'm coming from there. Things like showing you how to build prefabs and what they mean and what are prefabs, etc. And then things like the remove unused assets and how you can actually use that, and how you should handle different scenarios and things like that around that as well. Because I think that's another feature which we added with all the best intentions in terms of kind of slimming people's projects down. You should see the number of projects that I get in and look at the assets and discover that there's pictures of their dog and things like that sitting on texture pages that are like that. And this isn't even part of your game. It was some asset that's been left lying around in your project.
It is known to make your project run faster, obviously.
No, it's so that people know there's true
Gleb,
sentimental
that depends on what kind of dog
project.
is in the picture. If it's a greyhound, it'll make your game run faster. If it's one of those little tiny dogs, not so much.
No, it'll just make your game more aggressive.
But that sort of thing. But as I say, this would be part of a deeper education side of things in terms of, okay, that, and also part of a discussion in terms of where people actually have that pain point, and kind of giving us the broader feedback. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I just have to find time to actually sit down and do these things. So that's another kettle of fish.
Yeah, I believe that would be very welcome in terms of both development streams and just more tutorials on those topics.
Yeah.
Is it worth putting the call out here to the stream chat what subjects they would want to see GameMaker technical streams from, or would that be more of a like? Because I think it's probably safe to say that most people here now are the power users rather than like the everyday users.
It would be good to collate that. I don't know the best way to mention it in the chat here, because it's going to look at that, or jump onto Discord, on the GameMaker Discord, and kind of tell us about that, or sort of DM me on Discord would be the good ways of doing that.
If anyone's got some here, feel free to shout them out. I'm curious to see where. Something tells me it's going to be 3D because this is my YouTube channel, but I'm curious to see where the interest is going to be.
We can also pull up a thread on GameMaker Kitchen as an alternative. I might do that actually.
Make another Reddit post later, something like that.
Yep. Somewhere where we could start to collect things as to the sorts of things people would like us to do deeper dives on.
Actually, no, I'll make a questions thread. That might be a bit better.
All right, the next topic is new languages. And the way I put it, as I've seen many people ask, is why would I still use GML when I have JavaScript and C#, and I have all these existing libraries? What is the reason to use GML, and whether GML will remain the focus going forward into GMRT and further?
Okay. So
I think this came up a couple times in the community stream last week too.
So, number one, we spend a whole lot of our time working on GML. Right? Most engines don't spend any time working on a language. Okay, they are just concentrating on usability stuff, their editor, and their runtime. Okay, so we kind of start off with, we've got an extra workload here. One of the things that we want to do is give people the language side of things that they've been asking for. We get people from the industry who won't touch GameMaker because it's got its own language. We have people from education who won't touch GameMaker because it's not a standard language that they can then go and use. They can teach once and use it in lots of situations. So that's part of our motivation for putting in other languages. That we are, for example, in C#, we are just using the .NET compiler as it currently stands. It's in the .NET runtime, and you'll be able to run it, and it'll be full speed on all the platforms that .NET supports. We are also on the JavaScript end of things. That's a slightly different proposition because we've written that compiler ourselves. It compiles into the same sort of environment. A lot of the changes that we did for 2.3 for GML were motivated by the fact that we wanted to integrate GML and JavaScript environments better, that they would coexist, that you could take a GML and JavaScript object, and they could interoperate. And that was a lot of the motivation for 2.3. I think that was a good thing. I think everybody agrees on that. I've not met anybody who doesn't agree that that we should all go back to GM8. It's kind of style.
GameMaker 1.
GameMaker 1, whatever you want to go back to. But it's essentially, right, we are moving forward. I think that GML v3, that's something that we want to not hand over to the community, but it's something that we want to make, but in collaboration with the community, so that to date, I've been the one who's basically fostered GML from the days of Mark Overmars. I added in plus plus and minus minus, and then started changing things so that arrays could be used across function boundaries, but you could pass arguments in, and a whole lot of different things that people seem to forget that you could do way back in the day. Actually create proper functions and give you arguments and things like that. That it's going to be added across time.
Things like
also
arrays, not like the way that old GameMaker used to handle arrays, where like every variable was an array, and if you ignored the square brackets, it would implicitly access index 0. That doesn't even sound like real when you try to describe it to someone in the modern day.
Yes, I mean it's kind of, people have rose-tinted glasses on when they think about what things were like, and generally you find that their memory's wrong. That actually it wasn't really like that. But in any case, I don't think it should really matter to this community that we're adding extra languages. If you're comfortable with GML, it's not going away. Okay, we will be. It's part of the design philosophy to GMRT is such that we can work on the runtime separately from the bindings. the bindings are now separated off. They are not intrinsically part of the engine. The engine can be used, the runtime can be used with different bindings from different languages. So there are two separate components now. They're not intrinsically lumped together. So that makes it much easier to actually work with. It means that we can move faster with the actual runtime, and we only have one code base now. We're not maintaining JavaScript and C++. We're only maintaining C++. So that will help us move much quicker than we have in the past. And us getting rid of the old current runtime really helps us with that. So we are at this transition phase. It's just now, as everybody's moving across. Getting LTS out is kind of the last thing where we can actually start to move much quicker across into the GMRT side. Most of these languages, we are not coming up with things. We are just either on the JavaScript implementing something or using things on the C# end of things. So they are not slowing anything else down. And until we do GML v3, we're not adding anything extra into the GML side of things. So again, that helps us move forward.
I'll be interested to see, and I think I said this during the event last year too, but I'll be interested to see what languages end up being most used once all is said and done, whether that's JavaScript. I could see equal arguments for more people using both JavaScript and C#, but we'll see how it plays out.
My own expectation is that we're going to end up with different GameMaker communities all sharing the same runtime, but using different front ends. Things. But then being able to share prefabs between them.
Right.
Because that's the other thing, that is that you will be able to bring in prefabs from the different languages because they interoperate. So you don't really care where something comes from. If you're used to GML, it's staying, you can use it. If you want to use a mix, you can do that.
Yeah, that covers it well.
Yeah, I mean, that was also the same case of like prefabs too. I remember you had mentioned a long time ago that if you had a prefab that just had JavaScript, you could just essentially use it in a project that's entirely GameMaker language.
Yes.
Well, the whole thing with prefabs is that you shouldn't have to worry about how it's implemented internally as long as you can get to the outer level interface.
Yeah.
Someone said, I must have missed something, but I'll be able to use something other than GML. Yep, that's I don't know if that's the biggest change coming in GMRT, but it's definitely up there with the biggest changes coming in GMRT.
It's one of the biggest. One of the.
It's probably the change that the most people are going to see front and center.
Next
So we got
to
what?
web GPU.
JavaScript, TypeScript, C#, right? To start with?
Yes. If you don't know about TypeScript, just compiles to JavaScript. So at the end of the day, it's TypeScript and JavaScript are more or less the same thing, but we do have to generate different bindings and things like that so that the type safeness of TypeScript is kept integrity. So we have already, so our C++ code, which is the runtime, we previously on the old runner, we would have to generate functions that marshal GML values that we can give to the C++. Okay, so for those of you who have access to the current runtime, you'll see lots of F underbar, like show debug message, for example. You can look for that one. And that will marshal arguments that come from GML and convert them into types that can be used on C++, and then pass that to a C++ function that then handles them. we have on GMRT, we now have something called GMIDL, which is the GameMaker interface description language. If you use the extension generator that we released a couple months ago now, that actually uses the same language to help you generate extensions. It does the same job, which allows you to create GML bindings for calling C++ code. Now, we've got that working, so it works with the current runtime as well, so that you can now create extensions which would work across current runtime and GMRT. And it's using the same technology as we actually use in GMRT to create the bindings. The good thing about those bindings is that because they're calling C++, they're typed. So we know that this is an integer that you've got that you'll pass in, or this is a struct, or this is a string, and this is, or it has options. So you can take a string, or it can take undefined, or it's optional, and it has a default parameter. And we can use this file, which is there for every function, to now generate the bindings for TypeScript. So we will have TypeScript safe, type safe. It's the bindings for the TypeScript end of things, which will then generate JavaScript code, which is what actually works. So we'll be able to do the same thing for C# and things like that.
That will make Pixelated Pope very happy with the TypeScript.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why, if you look on our roadmap, we deliver JavaScript first, and then a few months later we deliver TypeScript. That's just because we have to work on the tooling, which will actually get us to the TypeScript type safe stuff. I think Norman has already been playing with our build graph code, and he added in a TypeScript thing for just the compiler end, so you can type TypeScript code, but it's not necessarily going to have all the tooling in there to have it all type safe. So you can kind of do it just now with what we've currently shipped, which the Norman's proved, but there's a few steps more before we can deliver it for the general community.
There were a couple of questions that I saw that were of the can I use XYZ language in GameMaker variety. There's still no like official promises on other languages that will be added besides JavaScript, TypeScript, and C#, right? That's all still up in the air.
Those are the ones that we've announced for the kind of coming year. We have a desire to ship C++ as well. That's mainly because all our runtime code is done in C++. There's some extra issues around about things like hash includes and then cross-platform. How does that sort of thing get handled? So there's some issues around about that we have to make some decisions on. But we've pushed that into next year as we'd like to do that. We'd like to deliver that so that we would handle the compilation of that code. But there's going to be all sorts of caveats around the C++ because you can't make a Win32 call and expect that to work on iOS or Android or anything like that. You're going to have to be sensible in the C++ code that you actually do. It has to be self-contained and things like that. So
I was thinking about that. I suppose that's also potentially an issue with C# because you can make you can access the system classes, and those might or might not do different things on different operating systems.
And what we can actually set the compiler up so that it could actually say, yeah, you can't access that point here. So yeah, that could be set up in such a way that it would actually error at the compilation stage.
Someone in the chat is asking, which I don't think it's a dumb question at all. A language being supported means that all GM native functions are also available inside of it,
Yes.
like calling place meeting in JavaScript C# script event.
Yes, you will be able to do that.
Awesome.
So there will be bindings between the language and anything that's available from the runtime. So place meeting is a runtime call. It'll be that, but you'll also be able to call user scripts as well. You'll also be able to have a callback from any language, so that if you get a method back, say, so if you take a callback method, you don't know what that callback is implemented in. But it shouldn't matter. No, it should just execute, and the marshalling will happen around that in terms of making sure that types are transferred backwards and forwards to the correct. So you shouldn't have to be you shouldn't have to be cognizant of the fact that it's what language the destination of the call is made in, and it will be translated from that language back into whatever you're running at the moment.
I put a diagram of the LLVM pipeline on the whiteboard, if that helps clear it up for some people.
Yeah.
Russell, I believe you were saying that JavaScript will be able to be called from object events and stuff, but C# is script only, right?
Yes. Yeah. No. There's a few reasons for that. The object model of GameMaker and C# is slightly different. So there are issues associated with that, which will be mainly around the C# mental model of how things are actually happening, and the difference between self and this and stuff like that. We may be able to get around things in the future, but at least out the door, we think it's safer to say you will be able to call from a GML code into C# and get answers back. You'll be able to create a method out of a C# bit of code, and you can use it in the callback. And C# code will be able to call back to GML or JavaScript or whatever kind of runtime code. So they'll be interoperable, but getting the C# object model and the GameMaker object instance event model, they're slightly at odds to everything. Just realised that the Excalidraw is definitely changed, but I'm not seeing that on the YouTube.
Is the stream frozen?
No,
I'm
it's
seeing
not
the
frozen,
I'm seeing the
it's-
diagram on my end.
I am too.
Oh, you are. Oh, okay.
Maybe
Oh.
you might have to refresh.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that far behind. It's been up for a couple of minutes now.
Yeah, sorry. It might. Yeah, no, you're right. It was my YouTube. It's not been playing. That's what's wrong.
Good
There you
old
go, that's
YouTube.
much better. Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's all
I
good.
didn't realise it hit pause. Anyway.
We haven't really been using the whiteboard much so far. I'm trying to remember that it's there, and that if visuals are needed for anything, that I could theoretically use it.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
that's what I was wondering
mostly
about it.
just the case. Like, if there's anything we want to show, we can just throw it up there.
I think that covers languages so far, yeah.
Alright, we shall move on to the next talk point. What's happening with GML Visual?
And a bit more context on that before you answer, Russell. Usually, even though visual is a very alluring sort of thing for the not very programming thinking people, and beginners often get directed there, usually, at least on the GameMaker server, we pretty much never recommend it because of how limited it currently is, because of how blocky the blocks are, and how pretty much the absence of a lot of functions that you have available in code. So we just usually tell people to skip it entirely. And
There's
a lot
also
of
just-
people are wondering if there are going to be improvements to that.
We have not been considering putting in a lot of improvements to GML Visual, which would be other than just adding more blocks in. My preference there would be to open up the GML Visual to document what basically there's a giant XML inside there. All GML Visual is a definition of input fields, an expansion of what those input fields become within essentially a big GML macro block. and that's it in an XML file. And some PNGs associated with that to display the icons for those things. There's a bunch of different input fields and how they can take some validation on this has to be a sprite, this has to be an object, this has to be a number, it's between 1 and 10 or whatever, and that sort of thing. I think that we would document that, make it so that we can have multiple XML files and they're all read. You can have them inside the user directory and then direct people towards that. We could add support into prefabs so they could load them, but that's the sort of thing I'm thinking about. We're not going to be doing an awful lot of work internally. I'll refer you back to we've not got many people, and we've got larger fish to fry at the moment, but we'd be happy to document that for the community and look to get those other features added. But that's the sort of thing that I am thinking right now. I don't think there's an awful lot that we could add more to it as a system. It's for the moment. It's always got its own issues. I'd like to be able to cut and paste stuff nicely. It's always had an issue with, okay, how do I get help on these things that isn't just short of copying pictures, and we've never come up with it's into forums. It would be nice going forward to solve a lot of those issues. But as I say, it's balancing what we think is really needed done just now against a feature that isn't used a lot. I mean, I could look at the analytics, but it's not actually used that much in terms of us prioritizing it.
That makes sense. And also, a big issue in terms of help is the fact that in the Discord, we just don't have pretty much anyone who uses it. So no one can actually help with it.
I mean,
well, there is another issue in that. I was gonna say is because like I have a little bit of an idea of GML Visual, but it's like it's a pain to work with because, as you said, it's kind of hard to like copy and paste like anything. I remember
also
making
just,
like
and
a feature.
I think this is not a problem unique to GameMaker. I've also run into this in like Unreal Blueprints, but it just takes a long time to get things done as opposed to just writing a line. You have to actually click on buttons in the user interface.
Russell, when you just spoke about the XML side of it, would that mean it'll be opened up as an IDE plugin in the future, even though we don't want to touch on those yet? Is that kind of the direction for Visual?
I mean, we have an IDE plugin that is ancient old that we frankly don't use anymore. But we hand edit the XML these days. It's generally easier to actually work with. Part of the issue is that there's just a giant single XML. That's one of the reasons for me saying splitting it up so that we can do things kind of differently. So I think that there is other things that we can do in the meantime by us documenting it. You could change things now. You could go in and change that giant XML at the moment, and you could add your own stuff in there. We can sort out in the beta. It's how we handle it's various different files, but you know there are things that we could do. There are things that we could do, which means not a huge amount of work for us. So
I think it would be definitely better because it's like there is a lot of things with GameMaker that too many things, in fact, that need to be tackled, and it's like GML Visual, even if it's just like enough to kind of get us somewhere, is better than nothing at all.
and no, we would be happy to accept community contributions towards it.
Did I understand earlier that you are editing the XML by hand for the visual blocks? Like there's not even a like HTML page that will allow you to type in fields and generate it for you?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I'd like a notation which we could actually use for GML visuals so that you could, we could work on JavaScript generator, which would grow things in different ways that you could actually it's piece things between it's between users and view things on forums and Discord and things like that. But they all take extra time, and I think there's a bunch of tools that we could do. What's higher value, that sort of thing.
Someone in chat just said a visual editor for shaders would be an interesting feature. Now we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, I think.
Yeah, that would be IDE plugin territory, which we're not really touching yet. There isn't much info on it, I believe.
Those weren't
I know
IDE
there's no...
plugins weren't mentioned at all in the post, were they?
I don't.
they
were
other than
as user plugins.
Other than to say that we'll talk about them later in the year.
Yeah, that was pretty much the only thing that was mentioned on like the forums and I think somewhere in Discord. But I feel like either way, in terms of IDE plugins, I feel like anything else could be from a community contribution. Like, because realistically, someone could down the line make their own like visual block editor as a plugin, but that's way down the line.
Someone
I would like to...
Gizmo a couple minutes ago said bring back the custom visual block editor from the GM5 days. That I see as user plugin territory.
Alright, so I'll do it. Look, I already said I'll bring back the GM8 sprite editor. We already got that GM8 preview sprite editor. I'm just gonna drag it straight in.
I think there were one or two questions from the Reddit about that also.
Yeah, I would also like to interject about custom plugins. It would be nice to have like an improved debugger plugin, because right now when you hover over a function, it just tells you the ID. It would be nice to have a feature that Visual Studio 22 has, where if a function returns a value but it's not in a variable, it shows as a temp local variable that just says some function stuff returned, and then you see the value inside this call, which is really convenient, and GameMaker doesn't have this now.
So if you had a line of code that said like some variable equals like a function call plus 5, whereas the value in the variable would be a modified result of the function call, you also want to be able to see the result of the function call itself.
Yeah, and Visual Studio tells you this by showing a temp local variable that's not actually like a variable. It's just like at the very top that says function brackets arguments returned, and then you see the value.
Right now it just shows the function ID, right? So like GML underscore script 58321 whatever the internal ID is.
Yeah, and it's like really inconvenient. I sent a picture in the voice chat so you can see how it works. So at the very top, it says program.main test2 returned, and then you see the value for this return.
Let me try and go add that to the whiteboard also. For those who don't know what that looks like. I feel like that's just general debugger improvements, though, more so than user plugin territory, but we can get to that.
Yeah, and if you have and if you have multiple calls within an expression, it just adds like a few more of these temp variables. So if you have like console write line, and then you have two functions that return some values for this write line call, it will show two entries there for each call, which is really convenient.
Oh, I see it. So it's just like an auto-generated temporary variable name. I see. I was going to say before this, I think we can probably all agree that the very first user plugin that will be created is just going to be a button that makes Russell shout GameMaker when you click it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
If you guys don't like it, Russell, I saw that no from Gavin, I think, in the forum. You guys made that. You should know.
The genie's out the
I mean,
bottle.
I'm sure it was intentional. You guys know exactly what you were doing there.
Yeah, so I just sent a second picture that demonstrates this more clearly. So if you have multiple calls, it adds multiple entries into the local variables window. That's how it works in Visual Studio for C#. It would be nice to have the same experience in the GameMaker debugger as well, because there's just like no other VM debugger, so you can't use other software and you're stuck with whatever the IDE has. And since the plugins aren't open source, you can't even fix it yourself, which is what I usually do when I have an issue with GameMaker. See console PRs for more context.
Yes.
The other
Which
thing
we
that I
thank
wish
you
the
for that.
debugger would do
We're
was
very
it still doesn't really show you static variables, and I wish it would, but I think there is currently an open feature request for that.
Yeah, you wanted to say something, Russell?
No, I was just saying we thank you for all your PRs, Nick. We very much appreciate them.
Thank you.
Looks like that covers the GML visual talking point.
Catching up on the stream
is-
chat now because there's been a couple of messages that came in that I didn't see. While I'm doing that, should we move on to other things? The feature of non-extension built-in multiplayer was suggested.
Yeah, so that one is something a lot of people are wondering about as well, because the whole rollback thing that started in beta and was left in beta in limbo came and went, and then we got that blog post about Opera, kind of doing some research and playing around with multiplayer and physics and cross-platform rollback and all that, and then we went quiet again after that. In the blog post, we got some notes about extension-based multiplayer, so nothing built in, and it would be great to know if at some point in GMRT, like I think Russell mentioned before, I believe you said it would be one of the first features post compatibility. So we're just wondering if there are any updates on that.
Yes. Post compatibility, we are working on integrating at a lower level multiplayer. So there's kind of two levels to that. One would be serializing out in a way that allows the creation of what's changed between here and here, what's changed between these 2 points in time, so that we can then take a snapshot and send that across the network. There requires a lot of infrastructure to handle that, and that's kind of what the work that's kind of ongoing. We were not really able to do that, and for rollback you need that as well, though you're not necessarily going to send across those snapshots across that across the network, because you're just going to say, no, we need to roll back and then restart at that point. So for both kind of flavors of networking, you really need a similar infrastructure in place. We also need to lock down things a bit better in terms of actually having the ability to limit what can be changed on particular objects, and that needs some lower level work to actually be done. And I think we're going to see some work done on that for GML v3, and in other languages they already have support for things like that. So
is that what the
really
managed property was about in the original rollback netcode attempt, controlling which properties of an object were synchronized?
Yeah. Yes. So that's what a lot of that was handling, and also that you should be updating things inside your draw event. You should only be doing them inside step events. And really, the current GameMaker system was too permissive, too loose. There's too many edge cases. Users, there is no way to really enforce a lot of these things, and so that was where things started to fall apart. And If you followed the rules, you could definitely do things, but it's enforcing those rules within the current GameMaker system was it was like trying to patch a sieve in terms of how all these things work. So that's kind of where the focus kind of going forward is on post compatibility. It's not really the current GameMaker system's not really set up to handle this. There is probably going to be a different class of things which are networkable. That's generally how Unreal does it, and kind of Unity has attributes and things like that to attach to things to say these things are networkable. And multiplayer is just hard at its basic level, and there's going to be more to have to learn about it. We will be trying to make things as easy as possible, but it's always going to be a step up from where you currently are. So as much as possible, we will make it simple. Rollback should be simple from a user perspective. Doing more network-wise is going to be harder. We are rethinking things in those sorts of terms for post-compatibility. But we did want to support multiplayer as it currently stands and not leave everybody for 2 or 3 years thinking what's going to be happening, which is why we've done the extensions. So you can do multiplayer. We are supporting it now. You can choose your service that you actually want. We've partnered with multiple people to actually multiple groups, which is why you are seeing things like Photon, Namatsu Elements, Calisius. We've also got support in there on the Steam side of things so that you can use their infrastructure and framework and use for federal networking side of things.
Someone said, will there be more documentation / guides for the new Steamworks API extension, like networking sockets and networking messages? Honestly, that just feels like a feature request to make someone to put it on the list of things for someone to do eventually.
Yes. So there should be examples of things like this on the wiki. If there isn't, make a feature request. We shall get onto that.
Can we ask questions here too? We'll be able to preview text in the room editor. Yeah, you can ask questions. We have I'm keeping a list. I don't actually know how many of them we're going to get through because there's like a lot of them right now. I don't know how much time you guys all have.
Well, I have infinite time, as I can say. Russell, I don't think he has infinite time, but like I said, probably a lot of the questions we might have here might get like knocked off anyways. There's probably like a few already we already can throw off.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping tabs on which ones have actually been answered already. There's another one. I don't know if you want to get into this now or later. Have you covered the new code editor? The only thing stopping you from using it is I can't seem to open 2 different scripts side by side. Yeah, that's another extremely common request of the new code editor, which I think Zach said he was working on, but it's not out yet.
It's coming. It
Is
will
that
be
you,
in
Cecil?
26.1.
Is that you in the chat?
Sorry?
Sorry, I was saying, is that you, Cecil, in the chat asking about that?
That was Adam Zero. That was
Oh, no,
I know that is like one of Cecil's
was...
biggest things too.
It's coming. We're working on it. It's not going to make the original LTS, but it will be in the beta.
The code editor in general will be updatable through the package manager, like other modules, right? Like the prefabs and whatnot.
Yeah, I think a few people have been asking about like code editor too, because that hasn't really got too many fixes at all as of late.
I dispute that in that we have been adding fixes all the time. Zach is very busy adding lots of fixes all over the place. Doesn't seem to get much credit for that, but Zach is very busy, constantly making fixes.
Oh, for sure. I think there was only like a couple of notable fixes that people have been talking about, but I do see some of the fixes, like in the release notes here and there.
Yeah, no, it's every release has you know, as Zach has, it's multiple issues. It's a huge surface area. You know, a new code editor is a gigantic project, particularly one with the scope that it has.
Or here's another one that I've also been wondering about. Crow Girl is asking, would it be out of nowhere asking what happened to the Made with GameMaker annually video? I guess it stopped in 2023 or before. Just curious because it helped people like me see new games.
Has it been that long since the last one?
Yeah, no, I think we've had more recent ones than that. We're actually pulling together ones just now. I was perusing a list of games on a spreadsheet just the other day.
Oh, cool. Does that mean we'll get some more in the future?
Yes, definitely. There's a new one
Great.
being prepared. I have no idea when it's going to come out. I was just asked to look at a list and contribute towards a list of games that we think we should be on that should be on there.
I know that you guys post them on the like social media whenever something releases.
Yes.
Yeah, they do I think Friday. Friday is our first showcases or something like that.
Feature Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, is it time to move on to the next thing? Oh, is this a serious one? The most upvoted feature request, which I believe is attach points on sprites.
Russell did
Yes.
mention that just briefly when talking about more modular sprites in the future. But yeah, that is the most upvoted feature request in the repo, in the bugs repo. And that is multiple attach points and hitboxes and just more general tools like the sprites. Yeah.
Stick that in the whiteboard also.
It's something that we are working on. I'm not sure it'll hit compatibility, so in the current, but it will definitely be post compatibility. It will definitely be in there. We may look at some workarounds that allows you to do this sort of thing more easily, but we're not. It's one of these features that we'd love. I think there are ways around it just now, but going forward, we will have that.
I've had to hack it into my own projects a couple of times now, and it's the sort of thing that like I would rather just not have to do.
Yes, I agree with you. I have a list of them myself, but it's. I'll refer you to we have 20 people on Dave.
Oh, this is the same feature request as the multiple hitboxes one. Okay, I thought those were two separate requests. That's another thing that I've had to do. All right, what else is on the list? GMCLI, which people seem very excited about. The upper press of the AI integration, which has been a source of, let's say, drama in the last week or so. Is it time to finally take that one head on?
It's from a company point of view. Opera are all in on AI side of things. It's kind of they have an AI browser. They are using AI in all of the different browsers, which which they support and release, and they see it as a major feature that to draw users. We know our community does not share that same thing. We are reluctant to shout about it from the so I think a lot of the tooling associated with AIs, which is actually very valid and useful outside of that scenario, and that's where GM was really kind of born from, because we wanted to make it easier to do things like CI and make it easier to add resources to projects and work with a project format and things like that. But you can do all sorts of different things with GMCLI. You can actually script it so that you can create resources, manipulate your project. We're adding more and more commands and things like that to actually do that. So you can do so that you can manipulate the project in various ways, and we would like feedback on these sorts of things. There's the GMCLI repo, you can raise an issue there, you can make feature requests. We were listening to the Screaming About GameMaker this morning, we were discussing adding fonts and things like that in as support so that you can do the add ranges and things like that were discussed on Saturday. So no, we are listening to the community. We are not planning in any way, shape or form putting any AI stuff into the IDE. It will always be optional. It will be bring your own AI. We're not going to build anything in. We are providing tools which would be useful outside of that. I think that there are those who bring their own agenda and they see a press release like that. They're not actually understanding what it actually means, and they just want to make noise and shout. So it's that's my
That's
thought.
the really common topic and kind of thing that people jump on without looking into detail, yeah, unfortunately. And we did see a couple of clickbaity articles around that, literally saying that GameMaker is the first engine with built-in AI, which is just absolutely not true.
Yes, I'm wrong.
I think it
because
took
there were
all of
other
like a
engines that
half an
already have
hour
it built in.
after the original press release came out before articles started popping up that started saying things like GameMaker is turning into an AI first engine, and then I was like, okay, that's what this week's drama is going to be, I guess.
Yeah, this
Then
isn't
you
even
then go on.
true.
Sorry, Nick.
Because, yeah, this isn't even true because if we think of AI first engines, it's probably Unity, and not that I like it. I would rather have proper console support for an adequate price and not this AI assistant, please.
That's definitely the addition that's going to make Unity's customer experience improved.
They did just get that introduced in beta, I think, right? Just like
Yeah,
last week.
and they advertise this as a benefit to Unity Pro subscribers. As an active Unity Pro subscriber, I don't want this. Please just give me console support. That's all I need.
Don't you want to get an automatic magic car running in a stadium with a bunch of robots?
Yeah, I want console support. That's all I need for work. That's it. Nothing else.
Nick cries for console support. Unity comes over, slaps his hand, have some AI.
That's pretty
Here
much
you
what
go.
was done, yeah. And they also upped the price.
You mean you don't want to be able to just automatically generate levels, which, according to most people, is like the fun part of games?
Yeah, I would rather have a more stable console expert modules, please, and yeah.
Amen.
Sid said he's been poking around with the CLI tool, and it's perfect for some terrible ideas he's had. I hope you have fun with that, Sid, and I'm sure the Tabular is going to want to join in on the fun.
I actually wanted to say on that note, I might have actually helped him start achieving his silly, insane ideas.
Oh, so you've already got your fingerprints on this one.
Well, I mean, I kind of was just like working with him on the GMCLI, trying to like figure out how it worked, and then I realized I wasn't doing the commands right, and then I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do it like this, and then I built an entire project using just GMCLI and Notepad++.
It's all perfectly possible to do. It's going to see.
Yeah.
There are some commands missing for creating and manipulating specific resources and things like that. So it is a work in progress, but the repo is public. We are going to be making the resource tool public as well, so that you'll be able to look at, contribute, and potentially fix bugs if you're that way inclined, and you really need it, that sort of thing. But we are slowly making more and more things either source available or just open source. But there's
Something
internal hurdles.
Sorry, something Terry asked about a couple of times is technically it would probably be possible to make a fully custom IDE using the CLI tool, right?
It sounds
I
like right
believe
now
so.
at this moment there's still a couple
Yeah, just a
ways
few
of
others,
accessing
yeah.
the project that are missing, but it sounds like in the end that the goal is to get it to a point where it should be possible to do that.
I think for the most part, there is a lot you could kind of do as is. Maybe not fonts, but you could do scripts, object sounds, sprites, rooms.
Yeah.
I mean, GMeta is already like 70% of the way there.
I think the only issue GM Edit, which I feel like would benefit from something GM CLI, is because like GM Edit is working on an older format for the GameMaker project files, and they've gone on like a lot more stricter since.
Really?
So
Okay.
like if you like just make a change on a line, but it's not where GameMaker would expect it, it will just outright just not let you load the project. And I get why, because that was like, if I recall, a speed reason. I think.
Yeah, they have a new JSON serializer and parser called, I think, GMSC that expects a very specific structure.
Because the keys have to be in a certain order, they can't just be in an unordered set.
Yeah, you can't just slap your puzzle pieces like against the wall and expect it to fit together. Essentially, you gotta put the puzzle pieces together manually. So I think this tool just makes it a little bit better for anyone who's doing a custom IDE. On that note, someone just said that GMCLI has no debug mode, my only complaint, which I guess is a point factor. Would we
You mean
ever
like
have
when
some?
it errors, there's no way of figuring out what it errored on?
I guess more like, yeah, like having no proper like debug API exposure.
Or do you mean like actually running the game in debug mode?
That's what the IDE's for. Just
Oh yeah,
run your project
it's-
in the IDE.
I think
I guess
I think the unsaid point here is that like there's not an obligation for the IDE to be able to be fully replaced. It's just something you might be able to do if you wanted to endeavor that on your own.
I mean, there's always going to be a limitation, like, to everything. Unless they, like, expose the debug API somehow, and then we can just hook into the debug API using our own networking tools, but I don't think that's on the cards, is it?
That's all going to change in GMRT in any case. So going forward, I mean,
That's fair.
GMRT, yeah, you're going to be doing. You can use a native code debugger to debug a GMRT executable. Going forward, we're going to be looking more at that side of things, which is more complicated, but has all the power of doing everything. And no, you have access to it's kind of all levels there, and it's what you need when we have a mixed language environment as well.
I've used Visual Studio to debug YYC stuff a few times. Is that also you can also do that in GMRT, right?
Yeah, you can just load the executable into Visual Studio, and you can run it, and it will step through GML code, things like that, JavaScript code directly. So you can set breakpoints inside there, and you can stop it.
I haven't actually done
there.
that in GMRT yet, but
Yeah, I can do
I
that.
suppose that's good if you
And
want something more
we-
granular than what the GameMaker debugger gives you currently.
At least internally, we've got NatVis stuff so that you can actually see things in. You can watch variables and things like that properly and visualize what that looks like. But you can definitely do that. I'm pretty sure that we install them, but then Visual Studio is always a little bit funny sometimes in terms of.
Is that what you do when someone sends in a project that's crashing with like a silent crash or something?
Oh, we are basically just running inside Visual Studio, yeah, and then just looking to see what's actually going on. If you've got the enterprise, you can do the same thing. I'm pretty sure that's what Nick's doing when he's kind of finding issues.
All right. Anyone have anything else to add on the CLI tool and/or AI? Or I think the only I think that was the last one. I think after that it's just the community questions.
Yeah, like Russell's already kind of like mentioned his other notes, so we already don't have to cover that. So I guess onto the quickfire questions. I guess if they're even
so.
quick.
Let me just check Reddit again to see if there's any new ones that have appeared since we began.
Yeah, should.
Yeah, I think the questions are of relative quickness, depending on the question.
I do think a lot of these are just going to be like file a bug report, but we'll take those
That's
on
what we have
as they come up.
To quote Russell.
Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, I was saying that's what we have betas for, to quote
Yeah.
Russell.
Okay.
I think an interesting one, just kind of picking a random one from the list here, is in terms of the room editor. When we get the 3D editions, you were saying that first of all we'll get them in code, but later on, how will it be redesigned to also target better 3D world building?
Is this part of the often referenced room editor overhaul, or is this something that comes after that?
It'll be the room editor. The new room editor will allow 3D components to be visualized within it. There, but we are not talking about a 3D editor. We are looking to use Blender for and having good support for importing things and/or live updates from a Blender environment to the kind of room edit to anything that we can. When you've imported something into the IDE, that there'd be the ability to make it live, so that as you're changing something across here, you can see it. And the room editor will be mainly targeted at placing 3D components. Okay, you create the 3D components outside, and you can place them within the new room editor. That's the kind of path that we're following. You're not going to get down and editing triangles and faces and adding materials and things like that within the actual room editor, but you'll be able to do manipulations on things, scale, position, transforms. We're looking at various ideas around mesh manipulation and things like that as well, but you're not going to be creating meshes inside there.
When
Yeah,
you
I believe
say
that-
import from Blender, would that be it just ingesting a .blend file itself, or would it use something like a universal scene descriptor file?
We're debating things like that. So you're getting down into nuanced details that are not finalized. It's
Interesting.
just yet. Okay, so we are looking at Blender as being the main thing because it's free. Everybody can use it. It is actually really good in terms of what you kind of what you get these days. I can remember in his previous life, doing AAA games, spending thousands and thousands on Maya and 3D Studio Max and all these different tools that you needed back then to be able to generate the same thing that you get for free now in Blender. And Blender is incredibly easy to interface with, script. It's basically all written in Python, and it's so easy to get at all the details inside there. So it has much more scope in terms of being able to integrate easier with. So I Going forward, we are looking at having a vastly improved import pipeline, which would allow you to link your blend file and or PNGs and SVGs and anything else that you're bringing in, and have them so that it's changes which are made in one place are reflected within the IDE itself. We're looking at that whole import pipeline and how that works, and how does that file come in? Does it create multiple assets, a single asset? No, can I take bits from single PNG and that has it's handled in a strip. It's handled as the single PNG has multiple sprites in it, things like that, so that you can have a flexible import pipeline that's reactive. You can set that up so that it works locally, or you can copy the original PNG into the project and you could update it from there. And the assets are created from that as a pre-step coming into the project. So we're looking at being a lot more flexible around things.
Is it safe
So
to assume
these
that
are the sorts of
some?
things-
Sorry.
So I was just to say these are the sort of things that we're thinking about. It's going forward, and that's one of the reasons why we are taking this little hiatus to rethink how these things work. It's going on, and we've been doing a lot of that across the last 6 months. No, we haven't been sitting on our laurels. We have been planning things going forward.
Russell, you also just mentioned potential mesh editing for the 3D editor, but to come back to an earlier point when you were saying that GameMaker will be moving towards vector-based rendering and collision, does that also mean that we'll be able to define like custom polygons in the new room editor in 2D? Or is that not quite the same thing?
It's similar, yes. I'm not wanting to promise features at the moment, but we are considering things. But I want to make it clear, we're not building a polygon editor. The room editor isn't a polygon editor. Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be bringing meshes and things like that in. I think that things like that are better built with the source assets and things like that, and also other tools would be much better than anything that we could write off the bat. Okay, that we would be looking at supporting a better import pipeline, so we kept materials and how they worked, and worked with things like Blender's geometry pipeline, and that you were able to do fully utilize these tools as a front end to actually bringing them in, because the amount of work which has gone into those tools, we couldn't possibly duplicate them within GameMaker itself. And GameMaker would be better placed as being that tool used to marshal all these assets, to bring them together, to place them, to utilize them, have overrides for certain things. So you can go, that material across there, I want that to be able to be changed by these different things here, but the material creation process would be inside the other tool type thing. So that's kind of where we're thinking about these things. And so there's a lot of thought process going into what's it's kind of what's going to happen in the future. So the new room editor has a lot of these concepts inside them. So it's not just the same as the old room editor with some extra icing. No, it's not that. It's trying to rethink through what these things actually mean. For example, I want to remove the old thing where the viewports and things like that were attached to the actual room. I think a room should just be, it has a notional width and height and a position in space, but it could have things outside that area that should still be part of the IDE, but perhaps you don't see them inside the actual game. But you could put rooms together into a larger world space so that you can have these rooms. Not a lot of what its kind of room loader does, and things like that. That you can actually recreate multiple rooms into multiple spaces, and so that you can instantiate them and have them active and things like that. And you can have something which is off the room and be able to bring it in, and tile maps shouldn't just fill the whole room. They should be able to be in a smaller space and positioned within that room and move around as a whole. So there's a bunch of different things that we want to change inside that. So the new room editor is not just a icing on the cake of the current room editor at all. It's rethinking things, and I think it will look similar, but it will work fundamentally differently underneath the hood. And things like layers will be there, but they'll be part of the scene graph. And what we've got, because we've really got a scene graph at the moment, it's just we call them layers. And inside the layers, there's the elements, things like that. But we're going to have a much more hierarchical thing where layers are just nodes within that graph, and a room is really just the root of a graph and things like that.
Did I understand correctly that we'll be able to use rooms as prefabs, just like Room Loader does right now? And that will be built in?
That is part of the concept going forward, is that the contents of a room would be a scene graph, and you could have instantiate different scene graphs into different areas. So yes, you would be able to do that. So what we call a room at the moment would essentially just be a scene graph of content. In
That's
theory,
awesome.
you could attach a scene graph to any object, and you could have an object that has that scene graph as and that's just a room. Things like that. So it's going to be different, basically what I'm saying.
Someone
This
said in the
reminds
chat.
me.
One,
This reminds me of the GM Room Loader extension by YAL. So yet another passive source.
You
of
got the
income.
name wrong there. That's GM Room Pack.
Oh, yeah. So yet another source of passive income taken away.
I think I took that away with Room Loader because it's free. It's also better.
Yeah, I also
it also
filed
doesn't
the
require
feature.
you to export the .yy files.
Room Pack does allow you to do modding, though. That is something Room Loader cannot do because it works with Room Get Info, which is inside the runtime. And Room Pack parses the YY files directly, so you can have the external data and then pass that around.
Room Pack was made
Yeah.
before the Room Get Info function was added, so it's
Yeah.
it's from an older era before like asset metadata was available from the GameMaker runtime.
You've got to remember that all of these things that I'm talking about are in the future just now. They're not part of LTS 26 right now. You're starting to see elements of this because you need a scene graph to do the 3D model loading, because a model, what people call a model in 3D, is actually a scene graph with different content. Some of it's material, some of it's meshes, some of it's skeletons, and the animations associated with those things. So, you know, by supporting model loading, we have to have some form of a scene graph that associates that. But those ideas are going to be applied across the board in post-compatibility. And post-compatibility is at least, for the main components, it's going to be at least a year out. And then it's going to be code only for a lot of things. It's not till LTS, the next LTS in 2028 when that comes along. We're talking a little bit ahead of ourselves.
Something, and this is kind of Gleb's life now that Room Loader is a thing, but something that people have been asking for in GameMaker forever is being able to see rooms side by side in both the IDE for editing so that you can connect rooms as part of a bigger world, and at runtime so that you can walk like between two rooms without having a transition.
Yeah, that's what I mean by a room having a width and height and a position in space. But that space is abstract. So you could take two rooms and put them together just by instantiating them both, and they would be in the positions in space that they actually are. So if they're next to each other, within the IDE, you'd be able to see these all together. So you could see rooms that overlap each other, rooms that are right next to each other, that sort of thing.
If you have a road, you want the road to be able to connect without having like some kind of tiling error in between.
Yeah, Russell, did this change recently? Because I remember asking you about this specifically, and you said your primary focus is on single room view for the new editor.
Yeah, has it changed? We've been talking about having a room editor and then having a meta room view. Really, we're kind of seeing that as kind of two as being same things, essentially.
Gotcha. Because like right now, to do that sort of thing, we usually use editors like tiled or LGTK externally and then write importers.
Yeah.
But that would be amazing to have for sure, especially for like Metroidvanias and that kind of games where positional kind of room orientation is important. And so designing in a single space really helps. Cool.
I was just going through the list. There's a couple of questions all orbiting around the room editor, which I think we more or less addressed there, so I just checked those off. Is there anything else that we want to discuss on that topic, or should we move on?
I think I saw Taro ask about polygon triggers made in the room editor, but I think I just asked something similar to that.
Wasn't it in like the update post in 2022 that there was talk of adding trigger zones to rooms? Is that like still in consideration?
That's part of the new room editor, and it's part of they're all post compatibility just because we need the infrastructure in place. But yes, we are looking at adding all these different things where you will be able to generate in which you can have triggers.
Oh, here's one question about the package manager that I don't think we talked about earlier. So JavaScript, TypeScript, C#, etc. Will they allow importing packages from things like NuGet or NPM, or will it only be like GML packages or other out-of-the-box things that are available from JavaScript libraries or like C# system libraries?
Okay, the .NET compiler infrastructure will pull NuGet stuff, things like that for you. So that would just be part of the build infrastructure there. Our package manager will only be pulling prefabs and things that you require for your GameMaker project. The other bits of tooling, I suspect that we will have is that even though you are using JavaScript, it is the pure language of JavaScript you are using. Most JavaScript libraries require either Node to be there, or they require a document web browser interface. We do not have a document or web browser interface at all. So you will not be able to use libraries that require that. You'll be able to use pure JavaScript libraries that utilize all of the functionality that we provide that is pure JavaScript.
So even though
you're not... Sorry?
So even though the package manager is based on NPM, it won't automatically have access to packages on NPM.
Yes, because the JavaScript that you're using and consuming would have to work with GameMaker in the first place.
Interesting.
Right? So you could try things, and there will be certain things which may work. But I am not guaranteeing that. Definitely not guaranteeing that 3GS will just work straight off, and you'll be able to use all of those samples. But you will be able to use the JavaScript language inside there. So it's a more nuanced thing. You've got to think about the running environment in which you're actually in. You can't access document models, but you will get regular expressions. You can't access WebGL because it doesn't exist in GameMaker, but you will be able to It's kind of used all the string library and the array library and things like that. So there are a whole lot of things that you can use, but the off-the-shelf libraries, if they are using components that are outside of GameMaker, then you won't be able to use those bits.
So it'll also depend language to language based on the compiler for that language. So C# might allow you to the C# compiler might handle things like that for you, but the JavaScript system for getting that into LLVM necessarily might not.
Yes, but it's because at runtime it's expecting those environments that don't exist within GameMaker, and if they don't exist, they can't be used. Doesn't mean to say that over time, either community or ourselves don't provide some of those kind of things and has some idea that a document refers to this, and but it's not like we've not got a full HTML engine or anything like that inside there.
So I guess depending on what side of the fence you sit on, this could be a good thing or a bad thing, but is even will not be available in GMRT.
It'll be available. It's just whether or not you can actually use it's going to depend on exactly what abilities that's it expects.
It's a little case like basically certain JavaScript functionality, for example, is only available in like the newer versions of JavaScript, which GameMaker couldn't work with at all. But something like is even or is odd would be mostly a maths related thing, so that would in theory work.
I mean, the library itself is only like one line of code, maybe 2 or 3, because I think it checks a couple different criteria. But like the point I was getting at is that you can't just pull random things off of npm and expect them to behave.
Actually, I hate to correct you on that, but actually is even cols is odd, which cols is even. That's how they actually do it.
My life was a mistake. I don't like this. I didn't like it earlier, but I like it even less now that you've told me that.
It feels like it's recursive. I'm not sure. Would that ever actually come back?
It's not actually like that, but it has been joked about that in some cases.
The unfortunate thing is that, like, I know enough about it that I wouldn't be surprised if it did, if they were mutually entangled like that. All right, that was a very not serious question. Where were we? So, external package managers through your language of choice are basically dependent on the language and how it's handled by, for example, the C#.NET runtime. Is there anything else on that, or should I check that off and move on to some of the other ones?
I think the next couple about licensing are good ones to cover because people have been wondering whether something's going to change come GMRT proper.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through and there's a couple of questions about licensing because people generally it's unclear if people are expecting their licenses to carry over into GMRT or if they're going to have to like pay for GameMaker again. Because I believe the stance on that has changed a couple times over the year as the licensing.
So we have no plans to change licensing. One of the reasons that it was changed was preparation for GMRT. If you have a professional license, okay, then you're golden. It's not going to change. You have an enterprise license, it's not going to change. If you only have a GMS2 license, then you can only release for money using GMS2. That will end with LTS 26 when that goes out of support. So at that point, you cannot use GMRT to release, okay? Unless you're doing it for free, because that's just a free license that you have. But we're not doing any more changes to licensing. No plans at all.
But is it correct that you will have to get a new professional license to release with GMRT if it's a paid game?
Yes, if you only have a GMS2 license, yes.
Mhm.
I think we made that clear when we did the licensing. That change. That your GMS2 license covers you for the GMS2 runtime. GMRT, you need a professional license.
That was back when the changes to the basically the subscription was eliminated, right?
Yes.
That did not last long. Good. Russell, you said that enterprise licenses are also good to carry over. Does that also apply to unactivated enterprise codes? Which is a pretty specific question because I got 2 of those just waiting for me.
Okay, if that's old GMS2 enterprise codes, you'll have to activate them. Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind, thanks.
Okay, you would have to activate your subscription.
Mhm.
Okay, as long as you're on the the GameMaker Enterprise subscription, you're golden. Okay.
Okay.
But that has to be active. But
So I
when you're
better hurry
releasing
up
something,
and
you have to have an active subscription. Your license only covers you for an active subscription, particularly on console. Okay, so no, your game's released and you're selling it, you have to have an active subscription.
Okay, understood.
Here's a related but not quite on the subject of licensing. Will the LTS version be available on Steam or just on the Yo-Yo Games website?
We're definitely uploading it to Steam, so I think it will be.
So would that just replace the current monthly version on Steam, or would that be a... I mean, I hope it's just going to replace the current monthly version on Steam, because there have been quite a few
No, it's a separate
changes
product.
to the Steam page. It will be a separate product.
Yeah. I am not... yeah.
Do you mean like a product or a beta branch?
Yes, that's what I'm wondering.
A beta branch?
I'm wondering if it's a branch or if it's a separate product. I think it's going to be a separate product because it'll go into a separate directory.
Hmm.
Okay.
Wait, Steam?
Yet another, yet another app ID. Like what?
So right
I'm
now
not 100% sure on that because I've not been involved in doing that. So
So right now, as the LTS 22, you have separate like configuration settings, a separate runtime folder than you do on the monthly, and I guess what you're getting at is that if you were to install it through Steam, you would also still want to have that separate. You wouldn't want that to just inherit and or overwrite your monthly settings. But
yeah, no, we're deliberately making it a separate product so that it's no, you can somebody who wants to stay on a particular version of monthly can still do that. You know, for whatever reason, it is a separate product, separate directory. It goes into. It will tell you that no, we've migrated across to LTS 26. And our Steam page will tell you that no, the latest version is this. LTS 26 is going to be our main download. You go to our website, you'll be downloading that version. We will be directing people towards that as the primary kind of game maker to actually go and use. So it's going to, all these things will be telling you that kind of monthly is no longer being updated. And it's kind of moving you towards LTS 26.
I foresee that being another source of confusion because GameMaker has migrated its Steam version to different app IDs several times, and every time people like don't know what one they're
Steam have
supposed to be using.
Poor tools. Steam has very poor tools for handling that. I have to say we've complained to them many times.
All right. Well, we'll just have to sort that problem out if it does become a problem, or who knows, maybe people will just understand how how the transition is supposed to happen on their own.
We'll try to message them as much as possible. But this is one of the motivations for having a better start page.
Yeah.
That we can message things like this. You're on an old version. You should really be on this version. This is where everything's happening.
Is there not a news ticker on the current start page? Or is it just the banner ads for like the GameMaker template projects and stuff?
Yeah, and that was a lot of the motivation for us to actually update the start page so that we could communicate things like that.
Looks like we skipped one of the first questions that I would also be personally interested in, is whether there's going to be prefabs in the public prefab builder. Is there going to be a path for the community members to have some of their prefabs and or libraries and or plugins be considered for official integration?
I think we actually talked about this earlier, didn't we?
Did we?
We did in terms of prefabs.
Really?
Okay. My intention was when we were saying about allowing servers to be added to the default set of things, was encompassing that idea of allowing community-led projects that we consider mature enough. And at this point in time, we would consider Scribble input, a variety of projects that are on GameMaker Kitchen that I'm sorry, I can't remember the names right off the top of my head.
There's a lot.
Loader, these sorts of things to be blessed in whatever way. No, get a ceremony with pixelated pulp and you can bless them, and we'll include them, that sort of thing. But that sort of stuff where we can it kind of pull them in some way and make them more visible. Again, the start page is intended, the new start page is intended to do things like that, so that we can bring them in front of people to actually go, this is this is something new, it's interesting, you should look at it. That sort of stuff.
Cool. I think the question itself was more about having something community made being integrated directly into the engine, but this is also good to know.
There is a possibility.
Oh, you mean you think the question was about officially adopting Scribble as the GameMaker text renderer or something like that?
Yeah.
Well, that was basically the question. Like the Twitch extension, for example, was mostly community driven, and then that kind of became an official extension eventually.
There are routes for things like that. We're open to discussing stuff like that.
I think we already kind of have an answer to that, because Russell, you are currently working on the ImGui extension that is based on Nomens, right?
Yes. Yeah. But the one I'm working on is based on IMGM, which is based on Nomens, which is it has a history. But yes, that's going to be part of GMRT. It should come out. It's not coming out in 0.20, but it'll be coming out in the one after that.
Cool. So I guess technically the answer is a yes in some cases.
There's also been talk over the years, I don't know if officially, but I've heard from you that at some point you want to have a text renderer where you can actually do things like change the color of text inline, which probably not the full version of Scribble, because that's actually fairly expensive for small text strings, but to do common things that people want to do, like change text color inline or whatnot.
Yeah. So the way that I'm looking at things going forward is draw text. The function will not support things like this. It's a one shot. It's just going to draw text. Okay? But an object that has text inside it and supports layout and rendering and could support a variety of other things. I'm looking at, I'm actually in the process of designing and building, which will support Markdown and an extended Markdown, which will change colors, allow you to do styles, would allow us to embed sprites and things like that inside it, is something that I'm looking at building next. So that's kind of where we're going to go, and that's going to be post-compatibility type stuff. It will probably be compatible, will probably appear in GMRT, but be compatible with things, so you could use it on current projects that only target GMRT going forward, so you would be able to use that. But that's kind of the sort of thing that we would use in text in rooms or within sequences as it currently stands at the moment, because that's the kind of layout object that we have. It has an area in which it's actually laying things out in. You would be able to instance it and you'd be able to do effect. So that you would call it, you would update the text, you would then call it to lay that out. That layout gives you a layout object. That layout object allows you to go in and move positions of individual glyphs. So you could do your waving text, you can do ripples, you could also attach shaders to particular things so that when you come to render it, it would render using those positions, which aren't necessarily the same as the original layout positions. So rendering being a separate pass to the actual layout. And it would be marked down so that you could also provide different styles for rendering, so that you could say anything that's done as a header one, use this font and this color and this style for actual rendering.
When you mentioned this kitchen last week, you said that we're building Markdown into just normal text rendering, which I assumed would be covering draw text, but now you're saying it's not. Is that not what you mean by normal text rendering?
Right. We may well provide a function that goes through that whole layout process and rendering, but that's very inefficient. The problem with draw text is it takes a string every single time. Every frame, it takes a string and it decomposes that, gets the glyphs out, goes away and renders that. And that is very inefficient. What you really want to do is to go, I want my text to appear here. And I want you to efficiently render that. And if the text hasn't changed, you don't need to lay it out again. Okay, if I am only changing time across that, then I can do the animation that's associated with that, but I don't have to lay it out again and things like that, so that we can more efficiently handle these things. You will still have draw text. You will still be able to do that. Do you really want it to handle Markdown? I put that out to the community that I would suggest that I would rather you didn't use draw text with Markdown and draw inefficiently, and that you were able to do this, but to do it efficiently by default.
Given you're saying that GMRT/GMLv3 is going to, I think you said, is going to transition towards a class-based architecture, i.e. in GUI, perhaps we could have a text class that allows us to bake stuff and then render it, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yes.
Basically what Scribble does, I think.
Yeah, Scribble does
The way
a lot
that
of
Scribble wants to work is that you create a Scribble object, you instantiate it once, it builds the vertex buffer, and then you just draw the vertex buffer, unless you call one of the methods on it that requires it to regenerate, like a layout method.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about doing.
I guess on that note, if we did actually have like even just a function to generate Markdown, I guess in the case of Scribble, because Scribble does have its own Markdown generator, at least that could at least replace Scribble's Markdown generator.
Scribble's Markdown generator basically just converts it to a string containing formatting tags, right?
It basically like Scribble's formatting tags.
Instead of using a header style, it just sets the size of the font or something like that.
Yeah. But I feel like there's probably some meaningful way it could be done. I don't know. Not important.
Spent more time on that one than I thought we were going to. Oh, this one's fun. Ask him how come we're going to get a GLTF model support before anchor points on sprites, but don't tell him it was from me. Unfortunately to that commenter, it's on Reddit, and I think it's currently the most upvoted comment on the Reddit, so it's not exactly a secret who asked that one, but...
Yeah, we all know who that is.
Yeah, definitely not me in a trench coat. No, none at all. Not me in a mustache.
I think I'd already answered that one.
I think Russell did answer that
we
one.
Sort of did.
He did.
We sort of did go in and out of how the 3D features are supposed to like orbit around the realm of 2D game design and not replace it.
But also with additions to the sprite editor being more complicated and everything that revolves around that, which Russell did touch on before.
Yep.
So I think that one's covered.
Should I move on to the other 3D oriented questions? Should we just get all those out of the way at the same time?
Probably wouldn't hurt to get them all out of the way.
Let's see, down here, expand on 3D plans. GM3D is quite behind when compared to Godot, Unity, etc. Is the plan to move towards similar capabilities with UI design for 3D, or more helping with 3D math and code first 3D? I think there was also a second one that was almost the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like that one was kind of answered too, really, mostly.
I don't see the other one. Maybe it was on Discord or something. Where it sounds like, are we going to become Unity or Godot? Is a resounding no. But what did you say? The first release was going to be code only. Was there a time frame given? Like the first year or so, or 2 years, or after the GMRT official release?
Nothing's going to appear in the IDE until the new room editor comes along. The new room editor is fundamental to that. So that's more than likely going to happen. Next year and even then, it's only going to be in a beta form or a production release. It's going to take longer than that. Until then, you will get the functionality to be able to do it at a code level. We are going to be building some abilities on a sort of debug overlay kind of runtime level. So you will be able to see some things happening and try things out, but it's not the room editor. It's a way of visualizing things and being able to see kind of models working, things like that. Something that we are using to develop things. All parts.
As for the 3D math, it was mentioned that you're going to be adding more things like more matrix functions or vector functions. Are those going to continue to be just arrays of 3, 4, or 16 elements the way that matrices are in GameMaker now? Or is that going to be a GMRT thing where there will be an actual matrix object or an actual vector object?
I have not seen the GML side of that. I've only seen the C++ end. So I am waiting to see exactly what Patrick's. So Patrick might say something on the YouTube channel. I don't know, but I haven't actually seen that. So
I don't know if he's here currently. I think someone asked him basically the same question in Discord at some point in the last week, and he basically said, "I don't know how much I'm allowed to say right now."
Well, I mean,
I'd rather wait until 0.20 comes out. I'd rather wait till 0.20 comes out. So yeah.
All right, I'll sit patiently.
I can tell you is a matrix will have 16 values. And whether that's an array or not is an implementation detail. It might well, you will be able to access all the elements. So I suspect that probably, even if it's a class, it has an array inside it that is actually the actual matrix.
He is in stream chat. Okay. Patrick, I will refrain from annoying you about this until point 20 comes out.
Well, so close. So close.
Anyway, I know that at present there is a lot of code floating around in the wild that does things like building matrices by hand manually without using the matrix functions, and I don't know if there's going to be compatibility issues with old code if it becomes an object, or if the object will have like a C++ operator overload that allows you to just treat it like an array. It is structs. Okay.
Oh. Structs everywhere. Gotcha.
I don't. Yeah, but is it a struct with an array inside it? A struct would just be the matrix class. Is going to be a struct. It's going to have some functions on it. More than likely statics.
So basically just like a pre-built constructor. Kind of similar to the web GPU stuff.
Yes, I mean that's essentially what the whole of GMRT is, and kind of going forward. No, that's exactly. I mean, all the IM GUI stuff that I've been doing, that's exactly what that is. It is a class. It's a class with static functions inside it. And the class is called IM GUI. You just do IM GUI dot, so it looks very like kind of colon. But it kind of follows the same form as all the C++ code, and the functions have the same names as the IM GUI documentation for the C++ end, so it's very easy to follow from that, and it's just passing them through. It was mostly a lot of typing.
I know that 3D math functions are typically like not breaking new ground, but they are extremely tedious to write out if you have to do them all yourself.
Yes. And that's what we're looking to provide in a way which is compatible with any of the 3D work that we're doing.
Speaking of the ImGUI extension, Russell, are you planning to have it like fully cross-platform, including Linux, GX Games console?
Yes, it's built into the runner. So it's using the IM GUI that we use for Show Debug Overlay.
Cool.
ImGUI itself is just like a couple of plain C++ files, right? They don't have any dependencies that would complicate matters.
No. And the dependencies it requires, we already provide.
I believe adding that could open the kind of building tools in GameMaker using ImGUI a lot more easy, because you're no longer limited to just Windows. So that opens up a lot of flexibility for me personally. And I'm sure other people who do not want to spin their own UI systems similar to like Pixel Composer.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of want it on like Mac and Linux, and it's a bummer when the only extensions we have. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Here's another related one. Is the new scene graph designed mainly for 3D workflows? We basically answered that one already also. It's a 2D first, I guess you could say.
The idea of a scene graph works in both domains. You know, it's a node that has components on it, two different things, and whether it's a 3D transform or a 2D transform, we can argue till the cows come home whether one's different from the other. But you know, it will work in both domains, and that's one of the reasons why we are considering these changes, things like sprites and objects, that we can be more flexible in what we actually do. That's will be easier for users to be able to add their own components to, so that things can be used as well.
Let's see, we've also got, will GMRT support asynchronous GLTF/model loading to avoid frame drops during runtime?
Post-compatibility, all loading is going to be asynchronous. You're
Okay,
forced into
that
this
was going to be
because-
the broader question that I was going to ask, which is that in GMRT, since it's supposed to be less single-threaded heavy, like is all loading going to be asynchronous, or are there going to even be synchronous file loading functions anymore?
There will be no synchronous file loading functions at all. We're forced into this because the web is all asynchronous. You cannot do any synchronous loading at all.
I think I probably asked you this last year too, but the mechanism for loading files asynchrony is are we still going to have to deal with the async object events, or can we just pass a callback to a load function and have
it will be a
callback
callback
run?
to load function. All the async events were only ever a workaround because we did not have methods back then.
Right.
And so anything is going to be transferring across to using methods for all these things. In fact, there's a philosophical question here: is an event not just a method as well? And you can think about that for a while.
I feel like over the course of GameMaker's lifetime, from 1.0 in like 1999 to the present day, it has been an evolution of making object events less like mystical. Like it used to be that object events were just the only way that you ran code, and then you had scripts were added and you were able to call your own. And then in GMS2, I think when that first came out, they became, you could type code directly into an object event without having to go through a like an execute script D&D block. And it seems like
and also layers.
And yeah, those two. It seems like the long arm of history is towards making object events in GameMaker just like an update method or a constructor method.
It's existential things like that are what we're considering at the moment, or post-compatibility. But we want things to be familiar, so we will probably have something called events that underneath the hood they will work in ways in which will feel familiar to you, but underneath the hood they're going to be slightly different in the plumbing. For your power user, you will be able to do all sorts of things.
Let's see. These are all kind of three questions that are versions of the same question. I think these all came from the same person. How far do you plan to push 3D support over the next few years? Are there plans for built-in terrain, physics, or navigation systems for 3D games? And what is the biggest technical challenge currently holding back 3D in GameMaker? This is kind of what I mean by when the scene graph was mentioned, people's minds immediately jumped to a fully featured 3D editor. So we're going from that to something like the Godot or Unity scene view to something like 3D physics.
You know, I mean, we also kind of had some of that answered as well. Like, I think it's through the scene graph and some of the other bits.
I think the short answer is it's not going that far, but as for specifics, like I honestly don't see built-in terrain or physics being useful to GameMaker for the foreseeable future, but navigation systems possibly. You could use a nav mesh for 2D navigation in addition to an MP grid.
When it comes to
Yeah,
3D physics, Russell, there is currently a port of NVIDIA physics, the open source, hugely popular physics library. Maybe that could be the next thing after MGUI that could be ported as a potential idea.
We are planning on physics. Okay? We are evaluating different things. I have seen a variety of different physics engines being done. We want to be relatively agnostic, so that we are not tying you to using a specific physics engine should somebody have particular reasons why they don't want to, but we want to have the physics data so it could be used in different, so the properties of the physics can be done agnostically, or at least have it malleable so that if you need a specific property, you can demand that is set, but that the implementation can be it's kind of handled differently. We've got several ideas on how we could actually do that, but that we're not stopping a particular user who wants to use GameMaker who is dead set that it has to be physics that they have to use for whatever reason, that they could do that if they want to. But this is where this modular approach of, like we will provide out of the box. I am not saying that we're definitely here's a physics one, here's a bullet one, here's a jolt one, here's different. Sorry, here's a box 2D. It's kind of for the 2D side, but because of this modular approach, you would have more properties, components that could actually.
Is this, for example, instead of box 2D physics being built into GameMaker, are you talking about having it open as an extension that the user could just plug in?
It would be a module that you could go and use, and you would have to put those components within your to have all those properties. But it's a composable thing that you can actually do, that we are aiming towards, so that you sort of saying that about a sprite. At the moment, a sprite has 9 slice things, it has collision things, it has positional stuff, offsets, has the bitmaps or the line or the SWF or the SVG side. And we'd be looking at breaking all of those apart so that you could use those components in different ways and compose them differently. So you don't have to have this monolithic sprite, but you could have on scene nodes, you can have different parts of kind of those, and how they're actually handled. Not everything can be composed on everything else because there's specific things. Like 9 slice really works with bitmaps, things like that. So that you have to have some sort of bitmap doing the 9 slice. But it'd be nice to have a surface that you could 9 slice and things like that, which we can't do at the moment. But when we have composable things like that, we can do them. So that's what I'm saying, that there's different ways of which we'll be able to actually do those things going forward. And we're trying to be smarter about it rather than just lodging things together into ideas of GameMaker that come from 20 years ago.
I guess that also answers the one of the other questions that were in that list, which is what is the biggest technical challenge currently holding 3D back, which would be probably legacy stuff from 20 years ago from what you just described.
Yes, and that's a lot of it as well, is in terms of we've tried to address most of those things that are holding us back. Web GPU was a big part of what was old shader stuff, old pipelines of things. The more modern pipeline with Web GPU is what's held us back for a lot of different things. It's not just 3D. It's starting to do different texture depths, having index buffers, having a compute pipeline, having all sorts of stuff that brings us into the modern world.
One of the things that sometimes people, not many people, but I still hear about people trying to use like GameMaker 7 and 8 in the modern day for things, and that's an odd choice in general, but especially if they're also trying to do something like 3D, and then like they try to use modern rendering techniques in GameMaker 8, which, if memory serves, use DirectX 8, which is probably older than a significant number of the people in the stream at this moment.
Well, yes.
And I feel like there's sometimes not always an appreciation of how limiting those older rendering features were.
Yeah, it's something I don't understand. But anyway.
I saw one comment come through the stream. Where was it? Kitsune Faro, GameMaker has so much to do before getting that much into 3D if it ever gets to that. Yeah, I'm trying to be like diplomatic about this, but there are I butted heads with a couple of people. There's things that have been requested that I do not want to see in GameMaker. Like I do not want to see physically based rendering in GameMaker or things like a terrain editor, because I have a whole phone book list of things that I would like to see GameMaker work on before that. Things like more game agnostic things like math functions or that sort of thing I'm more interested in, but it's been it's come up a couple of times. GameMaker's got like what 20 people as a full-time development staff, and we've things like more advanced 3D features I definitely don't think would be a priority.
We're going to be concentrating on the enabling things. That's our main focus. It's going to hear about looking at a better architecture to put those things together. And things like source available and opening things up are there so that we can take contributions from the community in terms of starting to put together those larger concerns. We can't go fully open source because of all the agreements with console manufacturers and things like that. So we can't embrace an MIT or Apache license because of that. But it's the intention of making GMRT source available, and eventually the IDE components. We are looking to do something similar with that, is so that we can take contributions for a lot of these things. So we will be opening all these things up so that the community can take part in these things, and we can start to do larger things and with the community itself.
That was something that was in the update post that I think I forgot to put on the list. Is releasing the source for the GameMaker runtime was mentioned, and things like console notwithstanding, which there are permissions issues for. Is that going to be ultimately like the HTML5 runner, where the source is just
essentially, yes. I know we are going to be taking the code for where GMRT is currently, and we will be making that public.
Okay.
And that will include the compilers. That's the full tool chain and the runtime itself.
Okay, I was going to also ask if that includes the ASCII compiler, because there's some. I have an active enterprise license now. There's some things that I theoretically could do to the source that would be very difficult because the ASCII compiler would also have to be changed, and that's not currently available.
Yeah, within GMRT, you've got to remember the ASCII compiler uses the runtime. Anything that the ASCII compiler could do, you can do at runtime. And that's very deliberate so that you can create new assets. We can actually create new WADs and things like that inside at actual runtime. And any of the tooling that we use inside the ASCII compiler is available to you as well, so that you can do texture pages, and you can do all these things that the ASCII compiler does. It's not going to be a black box. But that's
does this mean the ASCII compiler is Turing complete or something?
Sorry?
Like the ASCII compiler is using the runtime. Does this mean you can write build scripts in GML or what? I don't quite get it.
Okay, so that is something we have plans for that. going forward that I'll not talk about right now, but you will talk about something which is part of our planning going forward.
I know that things like custom data wads have been mentioned a couple of times. I suppose you would need access. You would need more open access to the ASCII compiler if you wanted to do that, or and this is more of a farther future thing, but things like IDE plugins to allow you to modify asset types in different ways or create new asset types.
Yeah. I'll not say much more, just not subjective yet. Yes.
Should I also just preempt the handful of IDE plugin related questions on the list by just saying like future announcements pending, because there were a lot of questions related to those.
We will talk about IDE plugins in the future.
All right. Let's see. I'm just going down the list of questions that I collected. If anyone else wants to offer any while I'm doing that, feel free.
I've been thinking about some of the older stuff that GameMaker has, in particular timelines and built-in source control. And I believe back in 2021, Russell, you said that timelines will become sequences eventually. So I guess that answers it, unless it has changed since. But do you guys have any plans to either improve or remove the built-in source control? Because currently it's one of those things that exist but are generally not recommended for reasons.
Timelines are very limited in what you can actually do. They're tied to game frames. So there's very little time component associated with that. No, you're not really saying 30 seconds in, you're saying 10 frames in, do this, 10 frames in, do that. And they're basically just scripts, they're moments that we've got sequences. I think in GMRT, we actually turn them into sequences, and behind the scenes, you just don't know about it, but it's just done as a sequence. That stuff is already happening behind the scenes. In the future, post-compatibility, we'll be talking about a different timelines won't really exist within a post-compatibility project. No, you'll be able to do the same things. I mean, essentially, there will be an asset that does something like that, but there'll be moments on a timeline, as in on a sequence that sequences themselves will change, because a sequence is just going to be manipulating a scene graph across time. So there was read into that what you will, but what a sequence is at the moment is essentially what a scene graph is going to be going forward, where they'll have lots of different components of different types, and you can place them in a hierarchy and you can animate them over time.
Cool.
I guess, does that mean that there will come a day where timelines are just gone and they get absorbed into sequences? So if you have a timeline with something happening at like moment 10, it'll happen at 60 FPS on like 1.6 seconds into the sequence or something like that?
Yes. But you will be able to, I mean, you can do this just now with sequences. You can either think of sequences in terms of time, or you can think of it in terms of frames as well. This sequence is expected to run at 60 frames a second, so 10 frames in is a sixth of that. So
let's see. I'm trying to look for questions that are like not very similar to things that have already been discussed. Are you planning to add more features to the sprite editor, such as filters, more pixel art tools, etc.?
I think that you mean the image editor, because the sprite editor is a different thing. On the image editor end of things, we have a list of things going forward. Yes, we'll probably do a few quality of life things inside there, but again, going into the future, I say bitmaps are something that I think will be handled differently. So will we have the same emphasis on the image editor? I don't know. Just now. Jury's out.
Does that also leave open the possibility that there might be a vector sprite editor built into GameMaker at some point in the future? Or is that the point where you would just draw the line and say use Illustrator or Inkscape or Flash or something?
We are not sure of that at the moment. It again comes into the where's our time best spent.
Right. There was a similar question that said, we can already create art and code in GameMaker. Are they going to insert an audio editor as well?
Well, we would like to do all these things. We still want GameMaker to be a one-stop shop where you got the ability to do all these things. We want there to be these easy access tools. So, yes, we will have something along these lines. We would love to do the audio side of things. We are doing more and more audio. We've delivered the effect. It's one of the things about doing LTS 26 is that we've done just recently. We've just been doing all this. So there's a new set of release notes, which is everything that's changed from LTS 22 to LTS 26. Here it is, and it's a gigantic list of things.
I
right there.
did actually find that list, but I haven't revealed it anywhere. It is really gigantic.
I think I saw at least an early version of it. I don't know if it's the final version of it. I put it into a word processor, and I think it was like 100,000 words long.
Yes,
something like that.
It's a giant list of all the many issues that have been fixed, and all the many features that have been added. For somebody who's come from just using LTS 22, which I know the Undertale guys, Deltarune guys, I should say, they are using that. There is a huge list of changes and things that if they move to LTS 26 that they can use inside that. I have no idea what they're planning on doing.
I could see a world where something like, for an audio editor, something like BFXR is in GameMaker, where you can basically combine wave shapes, but
we talked about doing many tools. It's the value that people have for those things.
Yeah,
there's a lot of effort in doing. There's an awful lot of effort in doing UX for all these different things, and it's where's our time best spent. As I say, we are looking to build enabling technologies, and then once we have all those in place, then we start looking at where our time's best spent on editors. Our primary thing is going to be New Room Editor. That is the obvious enabling technology that enables a lot of these different things.
Wonder if recording sounds with your microphone and then getting a chance to remix them could be a cool idea, given that GameMaker is often positioned and known as a quick prototype tool. So doing that kind of stuff a la Wallaber style with Jellycar and whatever, kind of recording a bunch of sounds with your mouth and then getting that into the game quickly. That could be fun.
New game jam ideas. Make a game, but all the audio is made from like armpit noises or something.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna host it right now.
No, Tabular, yours would be the Down Under game jam. All the audio in your game has to be swearing.
I mean, if you really want, I could do that too. I can also have the cringe jam too.
Pretty sure your jam would be the no sleep jam.
No sleep jam? I mean...
No, that's just a day ending in Y for him.
Nah. Honestly, everyone needs sleep, like, no matter what. Me, well, I'm just special. I don't need sleep.
There's also a question on expanding or improving box 2D physics, but I believe that was answered by Russell saying that you'll be able to roll your own physics, whether that's box 2D or whatever else.
Yeah, the question about physics did sort of end up encompassing that one.
Yeah.
I guess though, like box 2D, there would probably be like general improvements anyways with the whole interface. when like GML for free comes along.
Right now, the physics properties are like bolted onto the objects, and like you can't really separate them. But I think
I mean, this is
the
part of
idea
this
was
whole...
that in the future that it should be separated.
Yeah.
That's part of this whole componentization of things, so that you can support various different things. I mean, part of the problem with the previous architecture and design is that we end up becoming the problem for adopting these new things, and that's one of the things that we are wanting to move towards, where it's all these components and the source is available, and you can look at it and you can go, oh right, okay, and I can create my own thing and have that lives in your project, and it has the features that you require, and we can, you could contribute that back, and kind of we can provide that to everybody if you wish to do that. But that's the sort of thing that we're looking at going forward for a lot of these things. I mean, it's more and more apparent that we end up becoming the problem because we're the small team that everybody expects to move incredibly fast. It's kind of when we haven't, and we're not able to do that on everything. We have so many requests. Can you implement 55 different variants of competitors to Spine? And it's like, well, no, we have enough problem just supporting Spine once. Why would we be supporting all these different things? There's definitely a market out there for these different tools. Enable people to be able to use these things if they want to.
I remember, and I saw some questions going through chat about optimization, but I didn't write them down. I think last year you said that the difference between GMRT, VM, and native would be that native would compile the whole thing from source, which would allow you to, if you weren't using a physics module, you would just ship the game without the physics module. And
yes,
that sounds like it's part of optimization, the whole optimization process, right? Because the code is smaller, you don't have to load variables that you're not using into memory, that sort of thing.
yes, all that side of thing. Yeah, and it's mainly because it has a link step involved on kind of GMRT, which for the full-blown thing that slows down compilation and creation of the executable, but it also means that we can optimize things and to make things smaller. I don't think we're quite seeing the benefits of that just yet on the current versions, but it's definitely all there, and it's those optimization steps are some of the things that we're working on throughout this year. And you will also see GMRT general optimizations getting better. I mean, you should have seen that across this last year from previous versions, it's kind of earlier versions that we're getting closer and closer to YYC, better than YYC kind of runtimes.
I don't know if I ran any GMRT performance benchmarks for 0.19, but I know that for the first couple, I've been benchmarking it against my 3D collision system, and it's in most cases about the same as YYC currently. There are some cases where it's faster. There are some one-off cases where it's slow for unexplained reasons.
And there'll be edge cases that we've not optimized for at the moment, where that's something that we're going to have to work on. It probably doesn't help that I've also been speeding up general YYC in various places as well. There's been a few optimizations for that across the year, but it's just right.
The graph that I have, and I don't think I have it on this computer, otherwise I would put it on the whiteboard. I think I tested it against a fixed YYC version like 2023-8 or something, and that's been like the standard that I've been comparing GMRT to so far.
There's a variety of different things, but because of the architecture, we can do a lot more optimization in various levels.
Are there any specific things that you can speak on that GMRT does? Like having smaller data types, I think was one of the first things that we talked about. And then you later on talked about having like options for the compiler to strip unneeded features to make the code smaller and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's at the linker level. Of unused functions can be stripped out easily, and no, data types are now 8 bytes rather than 16 bytes by default. There's a variety of other things inside there.
Of course, not having all the runtime overhead of having to like unpack values whenever you call a function. I'm sure skipping one or two of those every single line of code will not be insignificant.
There's a whole set of things which all contribute towards this. We can detect types now, like if you have a for next loop, and it only, it's an integer that only goes between 0 and a sides, and it's only incremented by 1. We can get that in as an integer, things like that now, and from converted into like scalable codes. It's just an integer increment and things like that, and it goes into an integer register, and it's much faster. Whereas before, it would all be handled as a double and go through a variety of checks, things like that.
I think, what was it? I suppose just GMRT being closer to native code means that things like optimizations that a lower level language compiler could do are now available. Things like being smart with variable registers and rearranging rearranging code and that sort of thing.
And we are only scratching the surface of what we can do at the moment. We are doing very low hanging fruit right now, and we'll get into the meat of things over the next few years. That's what can happen, and that will help both HTML and JavaScript. It's the same. It's the same backend. It's the same optimization.
Right.
That we end up doing.
Tara said the GameMaker intermediate representation itself allows for further analysis and optimizations. Yeah, that would be LLVM's department, though, right? That would be less of. Can you fine tune LLVM in that in ways like that?
Yeah. So our GML compiler creates GMIR, which is essentially what we would have called the VM code.
The byte code.
That would be what the async compiler output in the current runtime. So we now output GMIR, which is an intermediate, and we can execute that directly. So when you select GMRT VM, it's actually compiling to that GMIR and then running that on the interpreter. And when you create GMRT, the full executable, we're taking that GMIR, and then we have a step called GMIR to LLVM, and that takes that and optimizes, uses LLVM to optimize that, and that goes to an executable that we then use. Okay, so that GMIR to LLVM step is the bit which is shared. Both the JavaScript compiler and the GML compiler output to GMIR, and then that input goes to the GMIR to LLVM. So all our optimizations for executables go into that step there, and that's shared between the two of them.
I know that there's a couple. Sorry?
I was just going to say that all the analysis, things like that, happens at that GMIR to LLVM step.
I know that since I spend probably more time than is healthy looking at the current runtime GameMaker VM bytecode, there are some things in there that I might look at and see like, if the compiler was smarter, it could optimize this. Like this variable is only referenced once; it could fold into this other place where it's accessed. But that's like, since you would have to do that yourself, that would be a whole amount of engineering work for a lot of what I would consider the micro level.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that GMIR to LLVM is going to do.
Yeah,
and does at the moment. You know, like there's a certain amount of it that it does do right now. So it is able to leverage what LLVM gives us.
Is there going to be some sort of ECS, or more specifically, a way to reference instance types which don't depend entirely on inheritance hierarchy? Did that come up in previous years? I can't remember.
I don't think it really did.
I'm going to say no comment at the moment, but we are looking at things post-compatibility.
Fair enough.
ECS is a perennial favorite when it comes to making games run fast, because it's kind of the hot thing right now, and in current runtime it doesn't really do anything. But from what I've heard about GMRT, it should probably be lean enough that entity component design patterns will actually make a meaningful difference in things like the memory layout.
I would probably say at most in regards to ECS and the current runtime. I got a bit of a story. I had a friend of mine who had a project, and they were incorporating ECS because they wanted to have something much more manageable and something extremely fast. But then they came to me and they said, "Hey, Tab, my game is like running at 200 units and it's like slow. I don't get it." And I told them to basically just remove all the entity stuff, just use normal objects, use normal events, and the only thing I want you to do is just make a basic component system. They went from like 200 to 2000.
That's about how it usually goes. Like, as a design pattern, ECS is fine. If you want the design pattern, then great. But it's the amount of GML overhead that it adds makes your game a lot heavier.
It's
and
really
I hope
like
that is not always going to be the
job.
case, but at present,
it's definitely something where like the compiler itself has to be basically built around it in the first place. If the compiler isn't built to support it, then it's just a waste.
Well, you need to weigh the cost of getting objects from main memory into the CPU's cache, and ideally being able to operate on a bunch of them in sequence, versus the cost of like all the other stuff that GameMaker does to make that happen.
That too.
I think Russell posted a stat that was like, I don't know what you were exactly doing to measure it, but for every statement in GML, that turns into like 1,000 assembly instructions, something to that effect.
It was a rule of thumb. I was just like, I've got a feeling like a current VM instruction is like 10,000 instructions. YYC gets it down to about 1,000. And on GMRT, we're looking to get down into the tens, but we're not there yet. You know, we're still at the sort of YYC level at the moment. But you know, we are looking to eliminate the overhead of these things, and that's what the architecture is kind of built around. These are kind of rules of thumb at the moment, but the current VM has a lot of overhead. It's not all assembly instructions. There's a lot of memory getting copied around that need to be, and we've eliminated most of that in GMRT completely. You know, there is still duplication of effort and things like that we need to eliminate as well. But that's where all these optimizations are going.
I think you mentioned once that like every single time you access an instance variable, the runtime has to go through like 3 or 4 different jump tables to access the actual data, which is a lot, and definitely something that will not that will prevent the ECS memory layout idea from really taking off in current runtime.
Yes. Any dynamic language has to look up things, and it is hard to optimize for. There has been a lot of work on GMRT to fly optimizations, which have come from JavaScript and Git optimization, things like that. We've been applying some of those, and they really helped a lot on GMRT. So, we're not living in a bubble. We're not reinventing the wheel ourselves. We are. It's kind of looking at the research and it's kind of how other execution engines are working.
Got a couple of questions that I want to bring up myself. First one is, we've touched on it a bit throughout the years, Russell, but what are your latest sort of thoughts and updates on time dilation / decoupling updates from drawing / interpolated graphics and drawing and all that, separating the timing from the game clock from the draw clock?
Post compatibility, we're looking to expand the idea of time sources, so that anything which has an idea of time, so in that I'm going to put in things like step events and anything to do with animation, so sequences and things like that. We are looking to tie them to a time source, and we will provide 2 time sources by default: a wall clock, what's the time based in the real world, and the a game clock. Okay, and we will provide those by default, but the user will be able to create their own ones based on deriving them from the game clock or from and on a per instance basis, you would be able to change the clock that drives that instances. And by an instance, I'm talking about something that's more than just an instance of an object. It's an instance of things that you have in the world.
For example, an instance of a sequence or something.
Well, yes. Let's simplify it down to 3 this. Okay. But that you will be able to change the time source that's associated with that, so that we can accommodate things like make pause easy. Because in that case, you're just pausing the game clock. But world clock is still going, so your pause menu can run off the world clock, so that's all running. But everything inside the room, the world, stops. Okay?
Yeah, that'll be beautiful.
Or
that wouldn't be a fully
then
100% foolproof solution to pausing, though, would it? Because if you just set the time step to 0, then if the player has anything like something dividing by the movement rate, then that would become either infinity or nan, and then the user would still have to basically disable that code if the time step is 0 to avoid weird consequences like that.
Well,
is that part of your plans for creating a way for users to deal with that, or is that just don't divide by the time step if you don't want infinities?
You will have a local time step, we would not be disabling the rendering in that particular case, so that your render code will still be running, and that will still have a time step, so your delta time for that will be whatever it was from the previous time that you actually. So if you're using that, we would have better abilities for you to be able to derive those values that you're wanting to have.
Interesting.
Okay?
So things like if you have a probability over time, would there also be like a way that the engine would potentially be able to give you, like, I forget exactly how the arithmetic for delta time probability works, but would the engine be able to handle that for you too, or would that be on you?
If you're using assuming we have a delta time variable, you would still be getting that relative to what it was, right? So either time is not changing at all, so it would still be whatever it was the last step that you did. So you would still be thinking that you're on that same previous step. And sorry, it wouldn't be a step, you're not getting step events, you're only getting draw events. So it would just be, oh, right, it's just whatever you got last time.
I see.
In that case, right? So that you still think that you're at the same time that you were in, and then kind of wall time is carrying on. That's a kind of simplistic view of it, but what we want to be able to do is so that you could put in a time source that's relative to an area, and you want time to be running at half speed inside there. So that all the entities that are in that area are running at half speed, but the players not. They're going really fast through this area. You would be able to do effects like that. You would be able to slow down audio or something in this bit because you just slow down the time source that is attached to that audio, which is advancing time and things like that. So you would be able to do a variety of time distortion effects. And we think that this, at least from a logical point of view, we can see that working, there will be some practical implications, which I think is what you were getting at. It's Dragonite there, and in terms of actually implementing a lot of these things, but we can see from a logical point of view, you'll be able to handle a lot of these scenarios that we have come up with in terms of how we really do this bit. How would you do that?
That's awesome. That gives us a bunch of stuff that we're really missing in the engine, especially pausing, like the standard way to do pausing.
I don't think most GameMaker games are making use of time dilation like slow down, speed up effects, but pausing is something that pretty much every game runs into eventually.
I also believe having this would also enable more slow motion based games as well, because right now you go into a help channel, you ask people, how do I do slow motion? All you don't do is too hard. Or you use IOTA and you lose all the built-in stuff, right?
Yes. Yeah. And
Yeah.
we would be.
Or you just math it out the long way like me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Multiply
bomb
everything. And now we're gonna have super hot in 2D.
You should be able to
I
do
can
it.
already do super hot.
Is that an Australia joke?
No. I'm saying we have the means right now. Nothing's stopping us.
I mean, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Well, the idea here is that like you can, if you do things like use IOTA or if you multiply all the time scale factors yourself, but GameMaker is aiming to make it so that you don't have to.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah, which is basically IOTA without the limitations, which is the dream. And you won't have to wrap anything in callbacks, which is also good. And I guess because drawing is not technically interpolated, it just runs as it would normally. So,
Actually, I see a question that someone's highlighted them. I'm gonna move a question there. There we go.
yeah, Cormax is saying, I've definitely had times I wanted to add slow-mo for some level design element, but didn't because I didn't want to rewrite my whole game to support it.
That's the only problem, really, is that when you're already like half or almost at the end of the game, you're like, I want to do slow-mo now. Oh, wait.
Tabular, are the ones that you highlighted this one about window paradigm?
I didn't highlight those. I actually don't know who highlighted it. I just moved one of them that was like highlighted already to the other one.
So the question is, any updates on the previously planned improved window paradigm? It was removed from the roadmap 2 years ago, and I haven't seen word on it since. In a similar vein to my window paradigm question, are there any notable plans for IDE updates other than the new room editor coming up? There's been a lot of talk about runtime stuff, but not much about the IDE.
And our main focus is on the new room editor. Part of that is going to be rethinking what we term the Windows paradigm and how we rethink layout on the things like that within the room editor and reevaluate things. So what we called the window paradigm was how you reorganize the windows and the whole desktop side of things, yes, we are still planning on doing that. The new room editor kind of comes into that as being a full screen editor, and then how do you handle the different components and things like that that you need to be able to access inside that. So yes, we are rethinking it. There was a lot of stuff pulled off of the roadmap because it was obvious that we weren't going to get to all the stuff very quickly, or as quickly as we wanted to, comparing to the size of our team.
There have been
yeah. Sorry, it was just then, and then how long things like code editor that we wanted to do quicker, but you know, it became a larger problem.
There have been a lot of changes to things like inspectors being dockable to the side instead of having to open in a workspace, or the code editor automatically opening objects in full screen instead of having to go through a workspace. All of that is either in progress or in some cases already done. Things like the particle editor being full screen, the sequence editor being full screen. Is that like the basis on which other window IDE improvements are going to be built? Because it sounded like the idea was to move away from workspaces at some point in the future and do a lot more through inspectors.
Yes, we will be doing more of that. We'll be doing less editors, more things through inspectors, trying to simplify things down and have less UX elements in play. That's and making them more consistent. That's the focus going forward.
With the new room editor, will we be able to add rooms to other rooms similar to how Unity does it? Did we talk about this earlier? There was some discussion about like
we did
opening rooms simultaneously. I believe the short answer was yes eventually, but the room editor overhaul as a whole is still a ways off. Cormac said, I hope the inspector gets some UX updates at some point. There's still a lot of annoyance points. Yeah, there's a handful of open issues that I filed about various inspectors about buttons not like having analogs to the workspace editors and that sort of thing that are still open as far as I know. Although for the most part, I do most of my asset editing through the inspector now. I don't usually have to open them up in a workspace anymore.
Honestly, the only time I use the inspector is when I'm forced to. Otherwise, I just don't use it. Yeah.
One of my favorite use cases is when you need to change properties for multiple assets at the same time. So you can just select them in the asset browser, open up the inspector, and adjust the shared properties.
Yeah, I like being able to multi-edit things. It's nice for things like if you import a bunch of sprites at once and you want to set them all to the same texture page or set their sprite origin or that kind of thing.
Yeah, that
or
also
audio
works
assets
pretty well.
to audio groups or things like that.
Yes. You want to bulk edit anything the inspector before you want to do it.
And then beyond that, even for single assets, it's nice to just have it docked to the side and not have it kick you out of whatever window you're in and go to the nearest workspace.
Yes.
I think one of the biggest issues I have with it is when you're editing a room in the editor, and then you have the room inspector on the left, you switch to a workspace that just doesn't have anything, or I believe even to code, but the room inspector is still there. And
yeah.
I believe there's no way to hide it. It doesn't hide automatically, or it doesn't switch context.
Yeah, that does drive me crazy because it's pretty much in no circumstances do I need like the view and camera inspector to be open when I'm in a script.
Exactly. Yeah.
But ignoring that, I think most of the inspectors are pretty well built right now.
Yeah, the inspector should change to whatever asset you've got selected at the moment. Should be changing to that. be changing the focus to that thing. Only if you lock it to that
Well,
asset. You can do it.
it's more of like in terms of the room, it's kind of like as if it adds like a whole like subsection just for the room layers, for example, and then that just gets stickied on top.
So things like in the room editor, things like the tile editor or the what are they, like library brushes, those do automatically hide if you leave the room editor.
But the main one does not. And
But
I
the main
just
one does
visited
not.
picture. Yeah.
So things like the layers and the views and cameras inspectors just stay there. I guess I could see an argument for leaving the room properties there, like width, height, that kind of thing, the essentials, because that's more or less what the other asset types do. But the stuff that's specific to the stuff that you kind of have to be looking at the room that you're editing for it to be useful, certainly. It's the layer view that doesn't go away. The inspector does change. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't have it open in front of me right now.
I'm testing right now.
I mean, I'm testing it right now. So on that note, if you close the layer view yourself manually, it doesn't come back at all. At least for me.
That's weird.
I have to manually bring it back up.
Huh.
But I guess that's just it. Like, there's
This is
just a
weird.
few minor like issues with the inspector. Pretty good, but just a few minor UX issues.
Okay, I didn't mean this to accidentally turn into a complaint session about the room inspector, but let's see, the workspace paradigm. I think that covers all the points about the workspace paradigm at the very least.
Oh, the certification one is interesting.
Oh, I saw that question.
Yeah.
That's a fun idea.
Yep.
We've tried things like this in the past. We did have a certification program. Not
Was
many
there
people used
actually?
it.
I don't
Yes,
remember this.
there was one back in about 2018, something like that. It was run through education establishments. We tried to publicize it. Nobody was interested. It didn't get much take up. Well, we dropped it, and because of that, just so yeah, we've tried it. It didn't take off, so we're
2 years before my
again.
time.
It took a lot of effort. We sunk a lot of time into it. It didn't do very much. So yeah, we've tried that.
Well, perhaps now that GameMaker is expanding into GMRT and more languages and prefabs, maybe it could be worth reconsidering again.
I wonder if you could
Depending.
talk Opera into handling something like that for you.
I would say it's unlikely unless we can grow the GameMaker audience hugely.
Yeah.
There'd be lots of things we could do if we can grow the GameMaker audience hugely.
Well, I mean, like, as long as you can kind of like cast the fishing net and like hopefully get some kind of like JavaScript like interests from schools in general or C#,
Yep.
then you can just reel them in.
We'll
And they'll
see
kinda
how and this has come up a couple of times today, but we'll see how many people, like, with access to using other languages like JavaScript or C# in GameMaker, how many more people that brings in. I am definitely curious. I know that there are people who say that they don't want to use it because it uses a proprietary language, but I don't know exactly, like, in proportion to the total user base, how many people that is.
Yeah, we can't necessarily be sure until it happens.
I just noticed the question there. Any chance for ARM64 Linux export target for low-end handhelds? We already have a Linux ARM64 export, so yes, you can have that. You use it now. It does use X11, which is a bit of a stumbling block these days. It wasn't when we did it, but going forward, GMRT uses SDL2. That supports Wayland, so that will work on there, and there's an ARM64 target that you can use on low-end handhelds.
I haven't used the ARM Linux export in a few months, so I don't know. But I heard recently some people saying that I guess it was some Raspberry Pi OS update like broke the GameMaker ARM Linux builds. Is that a thing? Is that like a known problem?
Well, for a long time, Linux on Raspberry Pi was 32-bit only. They did a 64-bit one, then we added 64-bit, so it should work with that.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues last time I used it, and that was like 3 weeks ago.
I take it that's pretty up to date then.
Yeah, there's definitely a point where we only had 32-bit, and we added ARM64.
I remember when I had to specifically install like the 32-bit Raspberry Pi OS in order for GameMaker to work, but I'm pretty sure that was addressed a couple of years ago now.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
a while ago.
Because we were doing the Pi 5 stuff at one point, you and I. You even did a live stream on it. You remember? Yeah.
When was that? That was like 24, I think. So that would have been a couple of years ago now too.
Yeah. I was gonna say though, in regards to the ARM64 Linux runner, I think the one caveat I've seen, which I haven't seen, like in the same case of Windows, because on Windows you can make a Windows x86 or an ARM64 like build using Windows. But with Linux, you can only make an ARM64 if you have an ARM64 device.
Yes.
In GMRT,
because you can't do it through a virtual machine, you mean?
Well, that, and it's like, it doesn't seem like there's a way currently where we have the means of just building it on an x86 Linux PC. Is that like a Linux limitation in that regard, or is that just a building tool limitation?
It's a kind of a tooling limitation at the moment. GMRT solves all of it. I mean, I want to keep harping on about it, but GMRT was really designed to solve a lot of the issues that we had with the current build system and things like that. So it does solve a lot of these. It's kind of issues. The build graph is able to allow us to separate out the build tool environment from the actual, so that we can target things separately from what it's actually running on, things like that. So there is a whole change there so that we can have the host and target being separated things. So don't want to harp on about it, but GMRT just solves a lot of those issues.
So for those who weren't here during the LLVM explanation, and I put the diagram back on screen, but it will compile your GameMaker code or JavaScript or C# or whatever else to its own intermediate representation, and then from there it will spit out a binary for whatever CPU architecture you are trying to run on, which for most of us is probably going to be x86, which is desktop computers. It could also do ARM, or if for some reason you wanted to run GameMaker on like a MIPS device, in theory it should just do it.
Yeah, we don't actually support a MIPS target at the moment, but we've still got to supply you with library code that will run on that particular target. But yes, that's the whole idea. LLVM will handle lots of different architectures, so it makes it more simple for us. I'm getting tired. I should have said easier, not more simple.
Yeah, we've been going for almost 4 hours today, which is a long time.
It's okay. I'm too getting tired.
But
I can truck along.
With that said, Tabular, I will always tell people that like you should have a device of the target architecture that you want to run your game on, like a physical device to test it on, because you never know when there will be some difference between building for GameMaker through a virtual machine versus building for GameMaker through an actual Linux device.
100%. I always like recommend that too. I just notice it's like as a pain point right now, because it's like,
yeah, I've heard you were talking about architectures, and yeah, I was tinkering with GameMaker on the Elbrus Belief CPU, which is, I mean, it works.
Yes, it's fun playing around with these things.
Nick, did you see a couple days ago the homebrew GameMaker runner that somebody got running on a Wii U, or at least claimed to get running on a Wii U?
I mean, yeah, but GameMaker had very flaky big endian support so far, and I know for sure that Wii U is a big endian machine because the enterprise source code still had some remnants of it.
That's a
No,
PowerPC architecture, isn't it?
Yeah, so it counts integers differently. I think it's in x86 it's little endian, and PowerPC stores integers as big endian, so like 32-bit, 16-bit numbers.
Yeah, you have to switch the byte order.
Yeah, every single time you read from an external file, you have to swap the endianness, and the asset compiler had the /be flag that could let you write big endian.win files, which was used for the PS3 export. It's not really used anymore because why would you?
Well, yeah, I mean, we actually did have Wii U. If you go back in history on Game Enterprise, you'll find the Wii U and 3DS supported.
Yeah,
and
always-
There was
the big
a
Indian
3DS
one.
export too. That is a piece of GameMaker lore that I was not aware of.
Yeah, Nintendo didn't allow us to release either. The 3DS one had lots of problems. 3DS doesn't have enough lot of memory. GameMaker architecture is built around the fact that we have it's quite a lot of RAM available, especially for some of the legacy functions. And
Just
we only
too
were able to fit
powerful.
in small games, very small games. We got Nuclear Throne running on it. That was kind of our test game, and we could run Super Crate Box, things like that. But there was a huge class of games that you just couldn't run on these things. So I don't think 3DS was particularly viable. Wii U was though, and we could do quite a lot with that.
Off the top of my head,
Um,
the 3DS had what, like 128 megabytes of RAM, and I think the new 3DS had like double that, which is like
Yeah, it was something
by
along
now
those lines.
your monitor probably has more RAM than that.
Yes, it was relatively small, and a lot of games required more than that. And it would have taken a lot of effort to get things into a place where it could have worked properly. But I'd say Wii U worked fine. We had everything running on that. But as it turned out, that was the swan song of Wii U time frame, and Nintendo came back to us with Switch when that was announced and released. So that's one of the reasons that we got onto Switch so quickly.
I like the Wii U. It's a shame that it didn't do very well.
That's always a relative thing. It did okay. It lasted for a long time. And I am going to have to wrap things up pretty soon.
Okay.
My calendar's reminding me I've got another meeting coming up.
Is there
right before Russell leaves, I've remembered another piece of GameMaker trivia. I think Nuclear Throne on the Vita had a special function called Object Set Collision that lets you disable all collision processing because the frame time was super tight.
Remember that particular function? It might have. There was a particular function added for Swords of Ditto, which was only ever used on that, which was to do with deactivating objects in an area, but only keeping certain things active. It kind of got subsumed into another function, which was exposed to everybody. But I remember writing a particular function for Swords of Ditto, functionality, to help speed that up on, I think it was Switch. That was before we had the enterprise source code, so that people can write their own things.
I mean, I've
That
learned
was,
about this function before the enterprise source, like way before the enterprise source. I knew that there was something for Nuclear Throne on the Vita.
Oh, on Vita, yeah, no, we did have to do some. No, you're right. Actually, we did have to do some special process. Vita, people fondly remember Vita, but it had quite a slow CPU, and yeah, it's some games required a little bit more oomph.
That's another one of
I think
the
that
top feature requests, isn't it? Is the ability to disable collision for an object without having to like assign it an empty sprite or something.
Yeah, the mask index undefined.
I think there was a
Yeah.
question about that actually, which is why was that decided against? Because it was listed as in progress and then it was unassigned at some point. Was that just a case of like nobody could agree on what the interface for it should look like?
No, it's because somebody thought it was going to be nice and easy to do, and so they decided that they were going to look at it, and they put it in, and it broke a whole lot of things.
Oh, that's too bad.
And so it went into the category of, oh, right, yes, no, we can't do it the way I thought. So it's not as easy as I thought. And it needs a lot more thinking about it.
So my my designated empty collision sprite is going to live to see another day.
Yes. That is just the designated way that it's actually easiest to do it on within the engine.
Is that something that GMRT is going to get re-architected to handle better, or is that
post compatibility? All these things will be different. The previous answer about separating things out into different components and making it much easier, you just wouldn't have a collision component on that thing that you didn't want collision on.
True.
So it would just make it easier, rather than having. It's the equivalent of going away from a multi-tool where you've got a spanner and a screwdriver and your pliers all on one tool, which sounds great until you need all three of those at once.
I've made much fun of the GameMaker current collision system situation over the years, and I've been assured that it's going to be changed in some drastic ways going forward.
Yes, we have complete re-architecture plans on there rather than. I mean, essentially, the R tree is just an elastoplast on top of the architecture that's currently there, and it speeds things up, but it doesn't fundamentally change anything.
So how much will I need to change the infamous Spalding collision code?
From a user's point of view, that doesn't really matter how that works. It's just how you put the collision on and things like that, and the fact that you have to have collision for that to work. So whatever object you've got would have to have collision. But then if you're wanting to remove collision, then that's easier because you can just go, just don't have any collision at all. Thank you.
Cormax, you'll be able to add and remove components in real time. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. No, you would be able to do that, not just at design time, but at runtime.
All right. Okay. Before we all have to run, are there any other questions that we want to try and hit real fast?
I guess Google could probably fire a couple specific ones. There is one here which is not really a question, but I feel like I'm just going to answer it. Why does my ID still open to last week's Squarespace no matter what I do? For that person, they probably have two projects with the exact same name. Because I've seen that in the layouts in particular.
So if you have like a test project.yyp in one folder and a test project.yyp in another folder, the IDE cache will just identify them as the same project.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing.
Yeah, so we can cross that off. That's easy. Will we get a real 2D lighting system?
Yes.
All right. We can cross that off.
That was easy.
It will be an extension of a 3D lighting system because you would have 2D things with normal, so you would inherit that from the same thing. So yes.
So would there be a easy built-in way of assigning a normal map to a sprite? Because right now it's kind of a pain. You have to you have to stage the normal map textures yourselves, and you have to make sure that the texture UVs are where they belong and that kind of thing.
Components.
Post compatibility, I'm going to components.
So that would be.
You would have a normal component to your. You would have a material that demanded a normal component to your bitmap, and your bitmap would basically be a texture on a 2D polygonal shape that any would call a sprite, and that would be how that works.
So right now, when you draw a sprite, it has its UVs set to the shader based on wherever the sprite lives on the texture page. And if you also had a normal map sprite, you would have to either figure that out yourself and send those UVs to the shader separately, or you would have to make sure that its UVs are the same as the base sprite. So in this case, would
not at all. You wouldn't have to do any of that
No.
because you would just have two bitmap components, and you would
Okay.
say, I want to use those bitmap components, and the system will figure out what has to happen with those, but they will be bound correctly so that when the material runs, and that would be a shader eventually, that will actually mean that that will run correctly.
So if the user goes to edit the shader, they would just have access to that second UV coordinate for.
Yes.
All right, that would be nice. I would probably use normal map sprites a lot more if I had access to that.
Yeah. That's the intention. That's where we're going. That's the sort of thing we're looking to make easy.
Okay, is HTML5 being sunsetted soon once GMRT comes out?
That was
Okay,
the one I was looking at.
GMRT does not use JavaScript. GMRT does not use JavaScript. It uses WebAssembly. So anything built with GMRT will be using WebAssembly. The HTML5 runner is still there for current runtime. So for the lifetime of LTS 26, it will be there.
So it's still
And
going to get bug
it-
fixes with LTS, but
Yes.
after that, that's just going to be it.
that runtime, that whole runtime is being sunset after LTS 26.
Out the window.
The full set of support.
I've told people before that like HTML5 runner is obsolete in favor of Opera GX since the DRM for GX games was removed, and Russell keeps telling me stop saying that, and I guess I can actually start saying that now.
And just take a moment and there we go.
Beautiful. Fantastic.
Right.
Nordic
any other
GM meetup
questions,
when
you have to be quick.
I forget who asked that one. Nordic GM meetup when. I feel like that was probably Taro, because Taro's asked that a bunch
Yes,
of times.
please, Nordic GM meetup would be amazing.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
Tara.
Right. Somebody is willing to organise and hold and kind of be the front for the Nordic meetup. We can have it whenever you like. Contact Marco. He organises the meetups.
Thanks, Gleb.
We are organising these things across the world, and so there is ways in which we can do this, but we need a local representative basically, and so please, if you want one, reach out to Marco.
I gotta check with Marco if there's another Brooklyn one in the works, because I wasn't able to go to the last one.
There's multiple ones happening. Yeah, no, he's got it's happening across America in various places.
Here's another community one. Ask them why Ross Manthorpe is so damn sexy.
I'll let
Yes, he is.
Ross know that he's got fans. Did Ross send that question?
No, it was actually someone from the subreddit.
Okay.
I didn't write down where the sources of these questions were, who asked them. I just copied them and pasted them in. So I don't know who asked that one.
Like the links to the exact prices, you can just look because it is all in the doc. Because I did leave the links there, except for the Discord one. That one, is just in the news channel.
It came from a person with a nickname Oats Keep Your Regular.
We're just gonna say it out loud.
Yeah, well, we'll put that Reddit user in charge of starting the official Ross Manthorpe fan club.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Any other ones? Most of the rest that are left have either been addressed already or are basically like GameMaker feature requests. So is it time to start wrapping this up?
I think we're good.
Something about decent support for adding videos in our games, which I think was just something I mostly pointed out is like a complaint, video playback in particular.
Yeah. Actually, something I want to know about video playback is that it's been said that you don't ship codecs yourself because of licensing with, like the Motion Pictures Group and whoever else is in charge of whatever other codecs. Would there ever be a world where the user could use the video playback extension, but also supply the decoder themselves if they paid for the licenses themselves, so that it doesn't have to go through the system player? Because the system player seems to be the bottleneck with how it sometimes there's like lag when you come to open a video.
Okay, videos are complicated. There's a reason why we didn't do videos before. Video is complicated, and like the licensing is all over the place. Probably simpler in consoles because there's only a smaller number of codecs that are actually available. You have to encode your video for a particular codec. Microsoft have shipped with many different sorts of codecs. The only thing you've got to watch is for Windows N in Europe because they don't ship with video codecs.
I didn't
They
remember
are a
seeing a bug
separate
report on
install
that.
pack. Sorry?
I did remember seeing a bug report on that actually.
About Windows
so
N.
Windows N just doesn't ship with video codecs as part of the install. You have to install video codecs separately. But you can do. That's just got to tell your user if you're on Windows N, you're going to have to install these codecs. Not every codec is the same. So just because you've encoded it as H.264 doesn't mean to say that's going to have good performance on everybody's machines, because not everybody has a good H.264 instant decoder. Some of them are hardware based, some of them are not. So you have to do that research yourself. The thing is completely changing all the time because they update things. Many people think that V8, I think it's called, is it V8? No, V8's the
VP9.
JavaScript engine. Sorry?
VP9.
Yeah, VP9, that's the one I'm thinking about. It is a great one because it's open source and things like that, but you know what? These codecs, they are all available on different platforms, but you basically have to have a separate video for each platform that uses the correct codec. You cannot just do it once and expect it to run everywhere. Performance changes between different platforms. So that is an exercise for the reader, and it's something where there are specialist forums that they talk about things. It is the same issues with AAA, okay? Exactly the same. So you have to look for what is best. There is not one cookie cutter. This works cross-platform for everything. I really have to go because I've got another meeting.
All right. That's 4 hours. I think we learned a lot of interesting things here. Thanks for stopping by and doing this with us.
Yes, no problem. I'm sorry that I have to dash.
Hopefully in the future it'll be fun to do this again. I don't know, end of this year, next year, whenever the next GameMaker update post comes out. Let's see, Tabular, Nick, who I think is still here, Gleb, thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good one.
And I guess see you all next time.
Come use our
See ya.
prefabs, please. Yep.
I need that.